Commissioner Rudy Garcia.
Here.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Here.
Right, we have quorum.
Thank you very much. That'll take us to the Pledge of Allegiance. Our Treasurer, Jennifer Manzanares. So if we could all stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to our treasurer, Jennifer Manzanares.
Moment of reflection. Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community. We take a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is there anybody else who has anything to reflect on at this time? Seeing none. Thank you very much. That will take us to approval of the agenda. Manager Miller, do you have changes to go over?
Yes, Madam Chair, the original agenda was posted on Tuesday, February 2nd, and then the amended agenda was posted on Friday, February 5th at 5:41 p.m. The amendments to the agenda are under item 7, matters from the county manager. Item 7A, that caption was updated. Item 7B, that item and the contents were added. Item C, that caption was amended and added, along with item D, that caption was updated. Most of this is all related to legislative items that are coming forward. Then just to note, item E, that caption is the same and still a resolution, but we did upload some a modified version of that proposed resolution. And then under item 8, matters from the county commissioner, 8C, Commissioner Roybal has asked that be postponed till he can be present. And those are all the changes I have to the agenda.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Manager Miller. So that will take us to approval of the January 12th BCC regular meeting minutes. Are there any?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Hanson.
We need approval of agenda.
Thank you. I just left it after having the changes. So now that we have a modified agenda, what's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the agenda with amendments.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson.
And I'll second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. I'll do a roll call. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
And yes from myself. So that item passes with all 4 present. Now moving to the January 12th Board of County Commission meeting minutes. Yes, Commissioner Hanson. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hanson, you're muted.
Yes, it is a problem to unmute and mute. I move to approve the January minutes with no changes. I actually couldn't find any.
It had to happen one time. Fabulous. Write this date down. Do I have a second? I have a motion.
And I'll second it.
Thank you. So I'll do a roll. I have a motion and a second. I'll do a roll call. Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
and a yes from Commissioner Hamilton. So that motion also passes. That takes us to item 2, the consent agenda. Are there any items any commissioners have questions or want removed for discussion? And if not, what is the pleasure of the board? Commissioner Hanson.
Madam Chair, I move to approve the consent agenda.
Thank you.
Second, Madam. Second.
Thank you. So I have a motion from Commissioner Hanson and a second from Commissioner Garcia.
What do you think of the Super Bowl? I don't want to read my lips with this such crazy, did you?
I'm sorry, I don't know who's speaking. Is this addressing?
Yeah.
Okay,
Commissioner Garcia.
thank you. So just as a roll call, Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So that the consent agenda passes with all 4. That moves us to item 3, which is appointments and reappointments. And this is a member to the Board of Registration. And so apparently from the county clerk's office, we have Robert Adams.
Commissioner, I apologize to interrupt, but the clerk does need to give resolution numbers on the consent.
Thank you so much, Estrella. Madam Clerk, can I get resolution numbers for the consent agenda?
Yes, so for resolution requesting a budget increase is 2021-012. And resolution number B, a resolution requesting an decrease to the Law Enforcement Operations Fund is 2021-013.
Excellent, I've got that. Thank you very much. And then for item 3, Madam Clerk, is it still correct that we have Robert Adams handling that?
Yes, Madam Chair, let me make sure that he is logged in. Hold on a moment.
Just really quick, Madam Chair, this is Rudy.
Yes.
I would
Commissioner
like to
Garcia.
thank Australia for doing a good job because very good on it. I appreciate you and all the hard work that you do. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. I see Mr. Adams just signed on.
Hello,
Hi.
Madam Chair, members of the commission. My name is Robert Adams. I'm the Deputy County Clerk for Elections. The Santa Fe County Board of Voter Registration had a resignation due to a member not being qualified anymore because she was a candidate in the 2020 election. So she represented the Libertarian Party. And this current board will serve through June 30th of this year, and in the next couple of months has some pretty important work to do. So we needed to replace her. And the local Libertarian Party has recommended David Scott to be appointed to serve through June. And we'll be forwarding names of recommendations for the new Board of Voter Registration in July. But right now we need to get Mr. Scott appointed if possible so we can finish our work for this term.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments or questions from the board?
Madam Chair, I have a question.
Yes, Commissioner Garcia.
Can you actually explain to me how this was actually advertised? Did it go out to the general public? Was it in the paper? How did that work?
This particular appointment, we did not have time to do advertising to the public. We figured since the board's balance between the two major political parties, the Republican Party and the Democratic Party, the third major party is the Libertarian Party, so we felt just to keep it the same through this term, we would go with the local Libertarian Party's recommendations. In the future, though, we plan on the next board to have a public input process.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You're getting a little cut off, Mr. Adams, but I just want to make sure that because when we appoint individuals to the boards that we put out for advertisements, so I just want to make sure we're okay on that. So that's why I asked. If there is no problem with that from the legal department, that I just like to make a motion for approval.
Thank you very much. And Commissioner Hanson.
I'll second
I
it.
have to. Thank you. So I have a motion, second, and I'll go call for a vote. Commissioner Hanson,
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes,
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia,
Yes.
and I'll vote yes as well. So that motion passes. And Madam Clerk, can I get a resolution number?
Yes, Madam Chair, it is Resolution 2021-014.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thank you, Mr. Adams.
Everything stopped working on me.
And perhaps if people could also remember in general to mute themselves if they're not speaking. That takes us to item 4, which is miscellaneous action items. 4A is a request for authorization to publish title and general summary for an ordinance amending the Sustainable Land Development Code with regard to energy efficiency. And I think I would like to turn it over to introduce this item to Penny Ellis Green and Robert Griego.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Just checking you can hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. In August of last year, the State Construction Industries Commission approved including the 2018 International Energy Conservation Code into the statewide building code. The effective date for this is March 24th of this year. The 2018 IECC provides different compliance pathways for residential and commercial buildings. On December 15th, the BCC directed staff to amend the energy efficiency section of the SLDC in light of the state's adoption of the 2018 IECC. At this meeting, the board requested that staff bring forward an ordinance amending the SLDC to require a minimum HERS 61 rating for residential structures and impose an ASHRAE 90.1 standard for commercial standard structures. The rationale for these changes being that the energy rating index approach and the ASHRAE 90.1 will on average achieve a higher energy efficiency than if a structure met the minimum requirements of another approach or pathway. The state actually adopted the energy rating index of 61, which is RI 61, which is very similar to but different than HERS 61. Staff had previously been told that the state would accept and enforce a HERS 61 as an alternative. However, during additional discussions with the state, it is now understood that the state will not enforce a HERS 61 rating. Therefore, staff recommends that the Board of County Commissioners adopt the ERI 61 rating by requiring that residential structures follow the energy rating index approach. Enforcement of energy efficiency standards is important to ensure compliance. That the county does not have building inspectors or even technical reviewers to enforce building standards. Current enforcement relies upon a HERS rater coming back to the county to submit their reports after construction. But the county has no way of knowing when a house is completed or inspected for building standards. Using the same standards as the state ensures that the state's building inspectors will enforce these standards and require compliance before a certificate of occupancy is issued for a residential structure. Although the ERI and HERS index are very similar, there are some differences, but both are based upon the same underlying standards. And for ratings around the 61 level, the two rating systems are comparable. In addition, a HERS rater can still rate for an ERI, but an ERI does not require you to hire a HERS rater. Like the HERS 61 rating, an ERI 61 rating would indicate energy use of the house to be about 61% of use from a home that was built in 2006. The 2018 New Mexico Residential Energy Conservation Code now has three main pathways for residential. The first is prescriptive, the second is the ERI 61, and the third is the performance modeling. The SLDC currently requires a HERS 70 or equivalent. The state ERI 61 pathway is considered to achieve higher energy efficiency than the other two main pathways and HERS 70. The 2008 New Mexico Energy Conservation Code now has three commercial compliance pathways: the ASHRAE 90.1, a prescriptive pathway, and performance modeling. The current SLDC requires non-residential structures to be designed to Energy Star certification, and the closest pathway to the current SLDC requirement is considered to be the ASHRAE. The existing SLDC also includes a whole house ventilation requirement that is now not consistent with the state. The state bases ventilation requirements on the 2015 International Mechanical Code. Because this additional county requirement could create confusion and add costs to residential development, and because the county does not, again, enforce building inspections and could not robustly enforce this requirement with existing staff, it is recommended for deletion. The BCC direction had also included to ensure that the existing reference to multifamily structures and the requirements for mixed-use structures be consistent with the state requirements. The reference to these was deleted from our code in the draft ordinance since the 2018 IECC adequately addresses these issues. The draft ordinance is attached in board docs under both a red line version and also a clean version. And in the ordinance, section 7.2 is also amended to update fire codes and building codes that have been updated since the 2016 SLDC was initially approved. In addition, section 7.14 was amended and restated to require residential development to meet the ERI 61 pathway, to require commercial development to meet the ASHRAE 90.1 pathway, to remove reference to multifamily development, so this would follow the state requirements under the IECC, and the whole house ventilation section is deleted. It is important to note that the revised section 7.14 would not apply to manufactured homes or modular homes, nor would it apply to the remodel of homes. If approved, this ordinance would take 30 days to come into effect. So staff requests that this be noticed to allow adoption after one public hearing at the Planning Commission and one public hearing at the BCC. And staff recommends approval of this request to publish title and general summary. Sustainability and planning staff have both worked together to prepare some background information, and they will follow me with a brief presentation that they have prepared as well. I think Robert is keyed up to do that.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Penny. Good afternoon, Ms. Chairman, Commissioners. Robert Griego, Planning Manager. This presentation is intended to provide the board and the public with some background information in addition to the specific information that Director Ellis Green has provided in regard to the ordinance. The county has resolved to advance environmental sustainability goals through the Sustainable Growth Management Plan, the Strategic Plan, and numerous resolutions to address energy efficiency standards, carbon neutrality, ecological resilience, economic vitality, quality of life, and social equity. For this presentation, Senior Planner Lucy Foma will provide a brief background in regard to the county's goals and policies regarding environmental sustainability and energy efficiency. County Sustainability Specialist Jacqueline Beam will then provide a summary of the county's sustainability resolutions and will present additional information regarding the proposed ordinance and the alignment with the state energy code, along with information regarding benefits of the proposed ordinance to include increased energy efficiency and a summary of the costs to achieve these standards. So, Lucy Foma.
Hi, Madam Chair and board, members of the board. Thank you for having me. This is Lucy Foma from Planning. Next slide, please. I'll be giving a brief overview of our policy context and how that relates to this proposed change. Next slide, please. The Sustainable Growth Management Plan, which is the product of extensive public outreach and was adopted as the county's general plan, supports sustainability in many different ways. But notably, we have made the commitment as the county to move away from reliance on fossil fuels and establish the infrastructure and framework for ourselves as the county government, but also for our residents and businesses to adopt renewable energy and use less energy. Next slide, please. Within the SGMP, there are multiple goals that relate to this proposed ordinance. We have goals that support efficiency and renewable energy. We have Chapter 8, which specifically talks about developing new houses and buildings and infrastructure with the aim of being more energy efficient, using passive solar, capturing water, all of the things that we're talking about as part of this ordinance change. We also have the goals of complying with the principles of sustainability and with developing these standards for our buildings. Next slide, please. In addition, we have the county strategic plan, which is the board's document, which we revisit multiple times annually. Next slide. Within the strategic plan, we have as objective 2.2 to address threats associated with climate change. This is within the goal 2, which is to promote sustainable community. We also have the goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, to establish healthy building and energy efficiency guidelines, and also that we will, as the county, support all of the state's initiatives in reducing energy or reducing greenhouse gas emissions and improving energy efficiency, both through the Public Regulations Commission and through other actions at the state level. We have in our next section, Jacqueline Beam, who's going to present the resolutions that are also supporting this proposed change.
Thank you, Lucy, and thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners, for the opportunity to detail this out a little bit more. As is the nature of building codes, there's the granular, and then there's also the overarching direction that we're looking at as a county. And fortunately, we do have some guideposts that have been developed over the years by the county and their approach to energy efficiency and greenhouse gas emissions reduction. Next slide, please. In the county resolutions supporting sustainability in the past, we're looking at 2013-7, which is Lead by Example, as well as a resolution of support for the Paris Agreement. And that agreement requires that we reduce our emissions to net zero by 2050. And so by tightening up the requirements around our emissions in our permitting and in our focus on energy efficiency, we are contributing to helping us reach that goal. And then also in the 2018-124, we're looking at the initiatives and administrative actions to reduce greenhouse gas emissions through energy efficiency. And just recently, we passed the resolution 2021, which supports legislation for energy efficiency in buildings and sustainability and climate action. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, two more, one more. Next slide, please. Thank you. And so in doing this, we have also the state energy code that we have looked at extensively in working with both planning and other organizations throughout the county to include HomeWise, the Santa Fe Community College, as well as the Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association. The new code will tighten up our requirements considerably. In the past, we were at a HERS 70, and now we are looking at going to a 61, but in the ERI standard. And if we look at the Santa Fe County greenhouse gas emissions in 2015, they were buildings comprised 47% of our emissions. So we do have an opportunity here to improve upon those numbers. In looking at the state requirements, they do have several different pathways to choose from. And for a matter of clarity, we have chosen the ERI 61 in the past. HERS and ERI were exactly mirrored and the same until January 1st of this year. And so we have had to reflect and look at that in our SLDC to see what would be the best avenue to take. Since the state is the issuer of the certificate of occupancy, it is upon us to really follow a parallel pathway. Next slide, please. And this is a logic model that shows the several different pathways that are available. And in looking at the prescriptive, we would not even be able to meet our HERS 70 that we have had in the past as a requirement. And then in the simulated performance, that's such as LEED, etc. Those certifications can be quite costly. And so we have really settled upon the ERI 61. Next slide, please. And this affects SLDC section 7.14 in the amendment proposal. And it is the staff recommendation that we choose the ERI 61 as the pathway. Next slide, please. And looking at the costs and benefits, there are several attachments in your packet that are referred to in resiliency. One of the reference, next slide please, is made to the Journal of Building Engineering. And it speaks extensively of the need for buildings to tighten up in their energy efficiency and the fact that we are more resilient when we do that. And we're going to be facing more extreme temperatures and droughts and floods. So it is something that we need to start thinking about for the entire community. In looking at the several costs options that are presented in the ERI 61, it can be very complex and complicated because it might depend upon your orientation, how many windows you have, how large is your floor space. And so in gathering this information from all of the organizations, HERS raters, as well as the Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association, it was recommended that we look at this as a mechanical, item by item type of thing instead of the myriad menu. And so if we were to just think about one or more of the following in this list, then you can trade off and lower your score as a result. Next slide, please. And certainly in the sample data that was provided by the Homeowners Association, or the Santa Fe Home Area, the Home Builders Association, excuse me, they were pleased to provide a sample data that showed 5 to 16% decreased energy use in 5 homes that are also in your packet. And energy bills as well, 5 to 16% reduction. And the CO2 emissions were actually 5 to 15%. That's a typo right there, but it is significant enough to consider that the minimal cost that you're putting forth in creating a home that does reach this 61 rating, you will receive that money back within the first year and a half to 2 years. Next slide, please. And then in addressing the commercial energy conservation code, Currently, we have the Energy Star designed for Energy Star requirements certification, and the ASHRAE 90.1-2016 is the closest to that requirement that we have now. Again, if we go with the prescriptive, we're stepping backwards in our emissions. And then the performance modeling, once again, is often a little out of reach because the certification process is so expensive. Next slide, please. This is a very complicated logic model, but if you'll just stay focused on the right side, it's really looking at the energy costs and budget method and thinking about the overall performance of the building as opposed to the tiny little details, because it really is looking at a building as a whole rather than all of the bits and pieces. Next slide, please. And in the commercial compliance, that would mean changing SLDC section 7.14. And it is the staff's recommendation to move to ASHRAE 90.1-2016. And that is about 2% actually improved upon the Energy Star rating that's required now. Next slide, please. And this just sums up the staff's recommendations for Energy Star certification to move to ASHRAE, and then also, again, for the residential to move to ERI 61. And I will pass the torch back to Robert and stand by for any questions.
Thank you. Mr. Griego, do you have further on this before I go to?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we will stand for questions from the board. If you have any questions, we will be able to respond.
Thank you very much. So, thank you for, are there board members who have questions or comments? Commissioner Henson.
Thank you very much. I want to thank county staff, Penny, Jacqueline, Robert, Paul, everyone who worked on this. I really appreciate your hard work in record time getting this all done. I know this was a bit of a heavy lift, and I really, truly, truly appreciate it. Thank you for your explanation of a number of things. I think that was incredibly clear and precise. And with that, I would like to make a motion to publish title and general summary. Of course, there can be more discussion once someone seconds this, but I will make a motion.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I'd like to second that motion, and also to add that I think this is a very important step toward fighting climate change, as well as helping people have more energy efficient homes, which does benefit the homeowner. I think it was very important that Jacqueline in her presentation noted that after a year or two, you would be basically getting back the money that you had invested in any extra additions to the home to make it more energy efficient. And so I also think this is kind of, the first of many steps that we may want to take over the next few years to not only make the county operations more energy efficient and less impactful on our climate, but also to make the whole county less impactful on the climate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any further under discussion? Commissioner Garcia?
Yes, so just a couple of questions I see where we're going. Totally agree with it. I just would like for the people that are listening to it on the radio or don't have the packet, what can you tell what ERI 61 is and what that will require for an individual or young couple that's going to build a 1,200 square foot home or a 2,000 square foot home? What does that mean for those people? How much more of an added cost is it? And also, these are goals and policies, correct? So those are my first two questions.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, Jacqueline may have a little bit more detail on this, but in general, what we've heard from HERS raters and builders is that the additional cost would be a high efficiency boiler and or a high efficiency water to get from a 70 that's required now in the HERS rating down to a 61. But every single home is different, and if you start looking at building orientation, window size, the design of your home, all of that can actually bring your figure lower and lower. So since every home is different, it is very difficult to put an actual dollar amount on there. But the price difference between one of these high efficiency water heaters or furnaces is approximately between $1,200 and $1,500. Jacqueline or Robert, I don't know if you have any other information on that.
Yes, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that is true. There are several different complicated formulas to decide how much you're going to be spending extra for the ERI 61, but it really forces builders to be innovative and to think of the orientation of the home and strategically place windows, for example. It's really based upon how well the home itself is performing. And if you take one home that's oriented optimally and has windows that are wisely placed, then it would be really just a matter of switching out a high efficiency boiler, for instance, and a tankless water heater. Something as simple as that. So it could range from $1,500, or it can go higher depending upon how many windows you have or how much, if your insulation is less than what it should be. So it really depends, and it requires a smart thinking around energy efficiency from the get-go.
So thank you really quick. So if I have a house, I know it's in the city limits, and I have a house off of Osage Avenue. Beautiful old stamp-built homes that have been there for many, many commissioners. And so if I wanted to do an addition or I would have to replace those entire windows. And if I understand this case by case is what you're telling me. However, who's going to review that and determine if I'm going to do a homeowner permit and how to hire a builder? Who determines that? How do we get there? Does the zoning department say this? No, you need 5 more windows. No, you need to place all these windows, or because some of those, for example, some of those homes are built well. Jack Stam was a very good builder, but so how does somebody in off of State Road 14 determine how many more windows I need or I don't need?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, and Commissioners, the state is the final determinant of your requirement for additions and for remodeling. And so no matter what, you will have to follow the state requirement. As far as new home and new buildings, we are recommending the ERI 61, and that does not include modular homes, and nor does it include remodeling. And so if you were to go with remodeling, for instance, you could go with prescriptive path for the addition.
Thank you for that. Also, in regards to the Home Builders Association, what other organizations have we worked with? The private sector, or have we worked with homeowner associations, or did we just work with the Home Builders Associations?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we have tried to reach out to, again, to as many people as we can. I think, as Jacqueline pointed out, we reached out to the community college to get some information from them. We've reached out to individual developers. So in addition to the Santa Fe Area Home Builders Association, we did reach out to HomeWise, Habitat, and Rancho Viejo specifically to try to get their understanding of the costs of building. And then we also have had communications with Carl Trujillo, who provided some comments, which is in your packet.
Right, thank you. I'm just actually, I just as an example. So my grandma's listening on the radio right now because she doesn't have internet or a cell phone. So I'm just trying to reach out there through other communications so people can understand what we're going to do and what's happening. And so that's kind of where I'm going with this. And then also, have we actually talked to Doll Plumbing or any of those individuals that actually sell water heaters? That way they can start letting builders or individual people say, look, here's where we're going with this. So just so you know, because sometimes an individual person can go buy a water heater that's not to what our code is. So I just want to make sure that we're reaching out to everybody out there, because just keep in mind there are people out there that still do not have a cell phone or still do not have internet access, like in La Cienega. And so whenever they go for a building permit, we just want to make sure that everybody's educated and not just us on this internet. So that's just where I'm going with this. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, Madam Commissioner Garcia, one of the things that we've been talking about is trying to create some educational material to do exactly what you're saying, and try to coordinate with folks who do know what that is. So we've had conversations with the Area Home Builders Association about how we can create educational materials to provide to the public, because I think that's a really very important piece of this. We're trying to, again, to have new standards, but we want to be able to communicate those as wide as we can. Thank you.
So, I'm sure really quick. I'm sorry, not really quick. Commissioner Hanson gets mad when I see really quick. So if I wanted to go get a building permit for a 2,000 square foot home to stay off of State Road 14, am I going to be required to have engineering stamp plans and hire a builder that actually is certified? Because you guys mentioned LED certification earlier, and we all know LED certification is very hard to get. We have our new building is LED certified, and I'm glad we took that out of there and we went down to ERI 61, because so those are just some of the questions I have in the next year or two. When people get a building permit, are they going to have a certified engineer stamp those plans and a certified contractor or not?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I don't believe you will have to have a certified engineer stamp the plan. The plans would have to show for a new home that your home will be constructed to an ERI of 61. We are working with the state construction industries to get their requirements and their checklist for all of their pathways, so we can pass that on to the person that's actually going to build the house, and make sure that when you submit to the county, not only does the state know what you need and you know what you need, but we know what you need, because we are the ones that take in the building permit. We then seal those up and then they're sent on to CID. So we will be working with CID, and CID has also agreed that they will train our staff to make sure that we understand what submittals will be required. So I'm hoping that by the next time we come back to the board for approval of this ordinance, we will have those checklists from the state, and we will be able to also present those to the board.
Thank you. Thank you, Steph. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hanson, did you have an additional comment or question? I thought I saw your hand at some point.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comment was actually Penny covered that this will be part of the state program, and that they will also be hopefully educating people to meet these requirements, because this will be part of the state's plan for energy efficiency. And so I'm looking forward to us working together with the state so that when we do provide information and educational information, that it is in concert with the state and with their plan for this. So I think that we are heading in the right path. I really, once again, appreciate staff's work on this. And that is all I have to say. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I saw Commissioner Garcia, but I thought Commissioner Hughes, did I see your hand as well earlier? And if not, I'll go.
No, Madam Chair, you can go on to Commissioner Garcia.
Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make it clear, because a lot of times the state actually gives it to local government, and whenever the local individual comes and talks to us, Just want to make sure that, same thing with the schools. That's what we're doing with the schools. As a, here, you guys, local government, you guys deal with it. This is your stuff, and I understand the importance of it. And that's just, I just want to make it clear to the public that this is something that we're all working on, and it's the best thing to do. But how did we get here? And so that's why I'm kind of saying it on the radio, because that's where I'm going with it. I agree. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Unless there are further questions from the board, we have a motion by Commissioner Hanson and a second by Commissioner Hughes. And I'll go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Hamilton. And this is the resolution to publish title and general summary. It's actually not a resolution. I don't believe I need any numbers for this. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, that's correct. You're just authorizing us to publish in the paper.
Thank you very much, Manager Miller. So that passes unanimously. And that takes us to item 4B, a resolution adopting the Water Policy Advisory Committee's 2021 work plan. Mr. Dupuy.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. On April 30th, 2013, the BCC approved a resolution creating the Water Policy Advisory Committee and was then amended by Resolution 2019-95. It requires the WPAC to present for the board's approval a work plan and meeting calendar each year. The WPAC, in consultation with the county staff and county commissioners, have developed a work plan and meeting calendar for calendar year 2021. Mr. Brian Romero, the WPAC chair, is in attendance tonight, and I would allow for him to present the 2020 work plan tasks and summary along with the recommended 2021 work plan.
Thank you, John. Good afternoon, Commissioners. The 2020 work plan, we had 3 tasks associated with that plan. The first one was a drought management plan, and that task has been a really difficult one. It's been challenging. Our committee is made up of 6 individuals that have worked hard on this, and we're about wrapping it up. I believe we would have something to the commission in April. We've progressed pretty good. We're going to be meeting this week in reviewing the drought management plan. So the next one we were working on was with aquifer storage and recovery. Staff worked on a grant related to that particular item. It was a project out in Rancho Viejo, and the committee provided feedback on the application for the grant. And so we worked with staff on that, providing recommendations and improving the grant application. The third task was looking at the 40-year water planning to integrate both county and city water planning activities to work together on this. And since this activity was placed, there has been cooperation between the county and the city on working together and developing the long-range water plan. So that's taken off. So those 3 items were the tasks for 2020. So for work plan tasks for 2021, we've included continuation on the drought management plan. And the second one that we, as a committee was working through the drought management plan, the committee felt that one big component of the plan would be educational outreach. So the committee is proposing to put task number 2, which is working on the outreach to the community on how the county can provide the community with educational outreach on sustainability and resiliency on water resources. So the committee also recognized that it has been challenging as a committee because we do appreciate the resources that the commission has provided with staff in preparing agendas and assisting with the staff with the WPAC meeting. We believe as a committee that maybe additional support staff to help out with preparing actual work product to assist in the work plan tasks, especially on educational outreach, because the committee is going to have to better understand on what outreach is already currently being done, and as well as kind of looking at how the committee could work in improving or looking at things that would help the community in understanding the drought management plan and also conservation and sustainability issues. So with that said, I'd stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Mr. Romero, for your service as chair of this committee. You've done an outstanding job. I just saw Commissioner Hughes's hand, and I apologize if that wasn't the first because I can't see everybody all at once. Commissioner Hughes?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, my question is task 3 from 2020, providing recommendations to the BCC on the 40-year water planning. It seems to me that planning is ongoing, and so I wonder why it's not included in the 2021 plan, what the thinking was there.
That particular item, we were looking at how we could be looking at participation with that plan, and maybe John can speak to this, is we saw that there was an active role that the county was playing with in part of the long-range planning with the city. So we felt that endeavor had taken place and was currently being worked on as a collaborative effort. So if there was any issues that came up through that planning process that were specific to the committee, I would believe that would be something that would be good for the committee to look at. So.
Yeah, John, can you add to that? It's because it seems to me that maybe there would be some things that would come forward that it'd be good for us to have some advice from the Water Policy Advisory Committee on.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I think that is something that can be accommodated, and we can always amend the work plan if it's approved as provided here, and we want to add that in, we can. Other item to consider is that the city is our partner in the process, and they've been hosting the meetings for us to interact all together, and that does allow for the WPAC members to participate in the process, which they have, and we appreciate.
Okay, I mean, the reason I ask is it seems to me on some of these issues, residents of the county have quite a different viewpoint than, you know, people living in the city, and I would want to make sure that our concerns, you know, get taken into account. I'm thinking particularly of the people in La Cienega who write to me and Commissioner Garcia and perhaps the other commissioners about their concerns about, you know, their water table and such. And, you know, I think people from the city perspective, you know, might not take that into account quite as well as we probably should. So, you know, that's why I'm wanting to make sure we stay involved in that process as much as possible. And whether it's part of this plan or not, I guess I just want to make sure we stay involved.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Are there other comments or questions from the board? And if not,
I do,
Commissioner Garcia.
First of all, thank you, Brian, and for the services that you did for the city of Santa Fe and Nel Bingo and all the volunteers on the committee. I think there's a couple of us that still need to appoint some members to this committee. And yes, I just have some questions as Commissioner Hughes brought up as into how does this committee actually look at the 40-year plan for water planning? one of the things is the pipeline that the city's actually going to proposing to go from the sewer plant all the way north to the Rio Grande. What about the El Dorado connection? Or how is this committee going to look at the Quill plant and what's happening off of State Road 14? I guess is the committee actually going to look into these ideas, plans, as Commissioner Hughes said? Well, Shannon, we've done a lot of studies in that area. We've done many things when Karen Totis was here. We have the issue in regards to the water conditions that have been placed on all of those lots behind the downs. And I guess how detailed is this committee going to actually look at the Glorieta water system or all the mutual domestic water systems? Because there was a point in the county when we were actually going to take over Rio Medio. All these water system was an individual idea to take them over. And so is this committee going to look at all that stuff, or what is this committee actually? Are we starting a new committee to look at new items? But there's a lot of things that are actually in the hopper, and I guess how are we as a county going to deal with things that have already been in the hopper?
I guess as you were detailing, there's a wide range of scope of all the different water issues in the county and in this area. So I think the committee would be most effective when a specific issue comes up that they would want feedback, the county would want feedback on, and that would be brought forward to the committee so we can then hone in on the question and the issue related to what's needed. Otherwise, with that vast amount of issues or different items, it's really hard for a committee to give the depth that's needed in any one of those topics.
Thank you, Brian.
Mr. Dupuy, do you have further to add? Because
Madam Chair, I believe Mr. Romero makes a great point in that Commissioner Garcia's question is one that we've contemplated significantly on what items to focus the attention of the committee on. And largely they look to the commissioners to provide direction on what's needed, and that the more refined it is, the more focus and attention can be provided to what the commissioners need support on.
I just wanted to add my voice to those. Those are both very good points, and to remind the commissioners, because we had in the previous year we didn't have as much interaction with the WPAC as we are having now, and I think it's really fabulous that we're having more interactions, because in fact any of the commissioners, when as these issues roll forward and we see a need for additional input, we can specify that to the committee. That's what they're there for. So this 2021 plan lays out with what we know now what they should start focusing on. But as things change during the year, as both Mr. Romero and Mr. Dupuy mentioned, as the 40-year planning activities progress and county staff is participating in that planning, and there are issues that come up that they want further input from the committee, they can request it and we can modify the work plan. And the same is true for any of the issues you mentioned, Commissioner Garcia. So I just wanted to offer my perspective on that.
No, thank you, Madam Chair. I certainly understand, and it's like energy efficiency. The larger picture, how do we get there? Because I was driving through Arizona a while back. Drought is, how do we educate individuals about drought? Because that's one of the problems I have, because when your tap goes off, we're done. Talking to the schools, talking to the kids, and so I just wondered, what exactly is the committee what's their role as a committee is where I was trying to get at, because we have a lot of water issues from, we all know, from Amet all the way down to Estancia and everything in between that. So that's kind of what I was wanting to ask John. What is your larger plan as into what is your goal, and what do you envision where we're going with this plan? And I understand. So as we move forward, if I have a question, La Cienega, or let's just, the people on State Road 14 that don't have water, and we're building pipelines all over certain areas of the county, but about the people on State Road 14 that don't have water, that haven't had water for a while. So I'm just trying to look at the larger picture. That's where I was going with this, Madam Chair. Thank you.
So just to reiterate based on that comment, the one thing that the committee, that the BCC is going to see first from the committee is well more than a year of effort they've put into drought planning, which will, and then I suspect that's also why they put the outreach as one of their tasks, unless and until other things come along. So Commissioner Hanson and then Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Hanson, yeah. I'm sorry, you're
Madam
muted.
Chair.
Yeah.
Yes. Madam Chair, I would like to move item resolution adopting the Water Policy Advisory Committee calendar, 2021 work plan and meeting calendar. And I am looking forward to their presentation of the work they have been doing on the drought plan. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Hughes? Commissioner Hughes, you're muted as well.
Muted. Sorry about that.
No.
Thank you. I'll second the motion, but I also just wanted to ask for my clarification. What would the process be for adding something to the work plan later on in the year? Do we bring it to the Board of County Commissioners and then have it added that way?
Yes, and Mr. Dupuy, if you have any further clarification on that.
Madam Chair, no, I do not. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent.
And I second.
Thank you. Thank you. So I have a motion by Commissioner Hanson and a second by Commissioner Hughes. I'll go to a roll call vote. Commissioner Garcia?
Yes. Yes, just maybe if we can get a regular update from the committee, because that's, yes. Oh, yes. And I'll bring it up from the dais if we need to move forward. Yes. Of course.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, thank you, Brian, also for your work on this. I really appreciate it, and nice to see you. So thank you very much. I appreciate all the hard work of the committee, and please tell them that.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes, and thanks to the committee.
And Commissioner Hamilton votes yes as well, and thanks to the committee.
Also, just real quick, Madam Chair, I would like to thank the committee, and because it's hard to get volunteers out there, and you guys are doing a great job. And Brian, there's a lot of committees that we have out there, and it's hard to get volunteers. But thank you, yes, for what you guys do for the committee, on the committee.
Thank you. And in that regard, I suppose we ought to also recognize the importance of those of us who still have openings in our districts to recommend more members for the committee, because they do valuable work. So thank you, but I don't believe this is actually a resolution. So,
Madam Chair,
yeah, I have it as a resolution.
It's a resolution adopting the water policy.
I'm sorry, I was looking at the next one. So, Matt, thank you very much, Commissioner Hanson. So, Madam Clerk, can I get a resolution number?
Madam Chairwoman, this is resolution number 2021-015.
015. Thank you. So that moves us on to 4C, which is approval of amendment number 4 to the agreement with First Choice Healthcare. I believe we'll have Patricia Boyce. Is that true? Patricia, do we have you?
Madam Chair, this is Bill Taylor, I believe.
We have you instead, Mr. Taylor?
I'm afraid so, Madam Chair.
That's wonderful. Thank you very much. And I do apologize. You were listed first. So thank you, Mr. Taylor.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commissioners. Before you today, we have an amendment number 4 with First Choice Healthcare, and this contract that we entered into in January 2018 with First Choice Healthcare was a result of a competitive proposal solicitation. So they provide county residents, including utilizing the county Connect network to meet the needs of residents, social determinants of health, such as food, housing, utilities, and transportation. And this amendment will increase the compensation to that agreement an additional $67,800 for a total contract sum of $271,200, inclusive of New Mexico gross receipts, and requires, for that level of contract award, requires the board's approval. With that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. So are there questions from the board?
Madam Chair.
Mr. Garcia, Commissioner Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If there's no questions, this is a great, obviously we all know this. This is a great organization, especially during this time of the year, how it's helping the communities and individuals that actually need help out there. So move for approval.
Thank you. So I have a motion. Commissioner Hanson?
I will second it. Yes, I agree with Commissioner Garcia. Important project and important group that we work with. So I'm happy to second this.
Thank you. And I saw Commissioner Hughes's hand.
I was just going to second it as well.
So I have, is there any further discussion? I have a motion by Commissioner Garcia and a second by Commissioner Hanson. And go to a vote. Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Hamilton. So that is approved by all the commissioners present. Somebody yell at me if I need more numbers, but I believe that takes us to 4D, approval of the agreement with Holly Frontier Refining, my apologies, for indefinite quantity multiple year term agreement. Mr. Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Again, Madam Chair, this is one of our favorite indefinite quantity contracts, but let me kind of delve into this a little bit. We did do a competitive sealed bid for these services. Road Division of the Public Works Department utilizes various oils and emulsions to preserve our county roads, not only paved roads, but it's also used on county maintained roads as a preservation, and it's mixed with chip seal and various products. So they have a budgeted amount to purchase these items, and they typically spend approximately around $195,000 annually on these items. This contract will allow them to purchase this product as they need it. It changes depending on the weather, as you're all well aware. And so we are asking that the commission approve the agreement for an indefinite amount of quantity. It is a multi-term agreement, so it's going to be a straight 4-year agreement. There are provisions in the contract that allow the county to terminate or exit that agreement. So we're not locked in definitely for 4 years. It just doesn't have to do an annual renewal. And we're asking to delegate signature authority to county manager to sign purchase orders for these products. There was only one bid submitted. We rebid this. We bid it twice. So the first time we didn't receive any bids, and then we received the one bid from Holly Frontier Refining. With that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Excellent, thank you. Are there questions from the commission?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Commissioner, yes, I saw I'm sorry, Commissioner Garcia. I saw Commissioner Hansen's hand, and then I'll go to you. Commissioner Hansen?
I was just going to make a motion to approve. That will still allow Commissioner Garcia to make questions or answer questions after a second.
So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second for discussion because I have several questions on this.
Okay, that's good. A motion is second. Commissioner Garcia under discussion.
So I guess one of the questions is, so it's $190,000 for 4 years or $190,000 for every year?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, the department spent $194,000 and some change last fiscal year.
So we're going to give them a 4-year, Madam Chair, we're going to give them to a 4-year contract only up to $190,000.
We did
I just didn't see it on. I didn't see it on the agenda like that. So I'm just, once again, for the people that don't have it in front of us that are listening on the radio, it just wasn't on the agenda. I don't know why everything else has the amount, but this one doesn't.
Madam Chair and Commissioner Garcia, that's why it's submitted in the caption as an indefinite quantity. It does not have a not to exceed amount in the contract. I was only providing information to the commission in regards to how much they expended last fiscal year. And their budget.
So, Mr. Taylor, so it's not going to exceed 190,000, or it can?
No,
it could. Yes, it could, Madam Chair and Commissioner, it could.
And so, once again, Madam Chair, Mr. Taylor, tell me what they're going to do. Holy Frontier Refining.
They provide various oils and emulsions for road preservation. And if Public Works is on the line, they could probably add more substance to that response.
So, Mr. Della, so they're basically applying some sort of types of aggregate to help us out for different county roads.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Garcia, when we do our own chip seal, we need actual chemicals that bind the chip seal as well as seal it. This is the materials for our crews to be able to do chip seal or overlays, that type of thing.
Awesome. Thank you, Madam Chair. Perfect. Thank you, Catherine. Manager Miller.
Thank you. Are there other questions? Seeing none. Oh, do I see none? Okay, I think I see none. I have a motion from Commissioner Hansen and a second by Commissioner Garcia. I would go to a vote. Commissioner Hansen?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
And a yes from Commissioner Hamilton. So thank you very much, Mr. Taylor. And that takes us to the final item under 4E, approval of amendment number 5 with the Interfaith Community Shelter. And I think, Mr. Taylor, we have you again.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We contracted with Interfaith Community Shelter for the provision of navigation services for county residents utilizing the Connect network. And again, to meet the social determinants with regards to health, food, housing, utilities, transportation for Santa Fe County residents. This before you is amendment number 5 to that agreement that increases the compensation to the contractor an additional $150,000 for a total contract sum of $559,250, including New Mexico gross receipts tax. And we request authorization of the county manager be granted to sign the purchase order. With that, Madam Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Once again, thank you, Mr. Taylor. So are there any questions? Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just was wondering, is this county general fund money or CARES Act money, or where did we come up with the $150,000? By the way, I think it's a great, I love the Interfaith Shelter and work with them all the time. I just was curious about that part.
Madam Chair and Commissioner, this is from the Healthcare Assistance Program. That's the funding source. And I'll ask Patricia or Rachel if they can.
Oh, Mr. Chair?
Commissioner
Commissioner Hughes, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
I got it. It's okay.
Just kind of used to it.
I'm just Commissioner Roybal today. That's all.
Commissioner Hughes, we have, this isn't CARES Act money, but in community services, we have portions of different gross receipts taxes that are dedicated to different programs. And our what was previously the indigent fund, and then was changed to healthcare assistance. We give 1/12 of 1% to, or I should say like 3/4 of our increment, of our 1/8 increment, we give to the state, and then the remaining amount stays with the county and supports our healthcare assistance program. And so this is funding from that GRT.
Thank you. Thank you, Manager Miller. That's, I understand perfectly now, so very good. So I would move for approval.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson.
I would second this. I love the interfaith community shelter. I love what they do for the county. I thank all of the community service department for everything that they do. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Patricia. Thank you, Rachel, and the entire staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. So we have thank you. So we have a motion by Commissioner Hughes and a second by Commissioner Hanson. Is there any further discussion? If not, I'll go to a vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Enthusiastically, yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Also enthusiastically, yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
I'll third that, but yes, we're a very good organization. Yes.
That's excellent. And a yes, and an enthusiastic yes from Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Thank you very much. And so that takes us to item 5 on the agenda, which is presentations. And our first, they both have to do with roads. 5A is a road acceptance policy update. I think we're going to Ryan Ward in Public Works.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Good afternoon. I would like to give you just a little bit of background, and I'll let Daniel pull the presentation up before I dive in, so we can kind of go slide by slide. But really, the intent of today was to make everybody aware of possible changes that we're wanting to make in the road acceptance policy. Currently, the road acceptance policy exists in Resolution 2012-151. And it defines a couple different items on what the county accepts as far as maintenance, and how that acceptance moves through a process for review and then final acceptance by the commission. If you would, Daniel, go ahead and please move to the first slide or the second slide. Thanks, sir. The purpose of this policy is to establish procedures for the orderly and uniform administration of the Santa Fe County process for road acceptance, designation, or redesignation and vacation of county maintained roads. And as I mentioned, I have the resolution number that's currently controlling this policy. If you could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. The existing road designations to be removed are shown here. The first one is lesser county maintained road. And to clarify that, a lesser county maintained road is a road which has been accepted for limited county maintenance. Services on an unpaved lesser county maintained road shall be limited to a maximum of twice annual motor grading, signage, limited snow removal, contingent on the availability of labor and equipment, and limited repairs. And one other thing I might note on that particular item is There's a maintenance program that's defined within the policy that goes with that. We don't currently, to my knowledge, have any lesser county maintained roads with that defined with any kind of maintenance program set in place, although it exists currently in the policy. Shared maintenance is the maintenance of a lesser maintained county road or a county maintained road may be shared between the county and a private individual or individuals, a homeowners association, a public improvement district, or a corporation, partnership, LLC, or other entity. This particular acceptance of maintenance is one that does exist. Dinosaur Trail, which was brought in by resolution, and then there's agreement as well with that HOA. That actually does exist. That's to my knowledge, the only road we currently have in shared maintenance.
And if I could, Madam Chair, Commissioners, if I could add something as well. So that portion of Dinosaur Trail, part of it's owned by DOT, part of it's owned by La Pradera Associates, and the other part is owned by Rancho, is shared maintenance with us with Rancho Viejo Industrial Park Owners Association. Those are the only two shared maintenance roads that the county has at present.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, if I could, I'll proceed with one thing that I did want to note on this slide is this change was brought before the TAC committee on November 18th, 2020, and was approved as presented as far as removing these two items from our county maintenance. If you could move to the next slide, please. And so that everybody's clear, currently this exists, which is the county maintained road. A road designated as a county maintained road is a road which has been accepted for full county maintenance. Each county maintained road is assigned a number or name and marked by a blue street name sign with yellow letters. Maintenance services on county maintained roads may include routine maintenance, snow removal, dust control, installation or replacement of base course, chip seal, asphalt, concrete, or paving, installation and repair of drainage structures, pothole repair, bridge construction and repair, signage and periodic resurfacing. Upon approval of a resolution amending the designation of a road to a county maintained road from a lesser designation, the road shall meet county maintained road standards, and signs will be placed with signs that designate the road as a county maintained road. So currently, the roads that we do maintain, I believe this covers kind of an array of different types of roads we have, as mentioned in there. You know, it could be a dirt road, it could be a paved road. One thing I would stress is the things that we look at on these type of roads before we accept maintenance of a road is to make sure it meets the current design standards, and also the structure of the pavement, that's consistent with our typical cross sections that are approved through SLDC and county acceptance. So I just wanted to note that. If you could go to the remaining slide, please. And so the other designation that exists currently that would remain is the non-county maintained road. A non-county maintained road is a road which has not been accepted for county maintenance. A non-county maintained road may be a public road or a private road. Each non-county maintained road shall be designated as such. The county may install a county sign that indicates that a road which is not county maintained is not maintained beyond a certain point. Private roads and other roads that have not been accepted for county maintenance are non-county maintained roads for purposes of this paragraph. Non-county maintained roads shall not be maintained by the county except in an emergency constituting an immediate threat to public health, safety, welfare, or property, and then only when a written agreement is executed wherein the county is fully reimbursed for the cost of the emergency work. And what I would, I believe that's the last slide, and I'll stand for questions, but what I would like to just, finish up with is the real intent of the presentation is to give everybody an overview so that we can get some feedback, but to really try to clarify what do we maintain, and in the future, what type of roads would we be willing as a county to accept. I believe the lesser county and the shared maintenance sometimes are a little bit confusing when you're looking at it from the standpoint of, you know, whose responsibility is it to maintain certain pieces of the road, or how does that look in a program if we just grade it twice a year. So we were hoping to remove that with the intent of just clarifying for future it's either a county maintained road or non-county maintained road. And I'll stand for questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ryan. So commissioners, are there any questions?
Madam Chair, I guess I have a lot of questions today. So no,
Commissioner Garcia, I'll get to you next. Commissioner Garcia, I'll get to you next. Commissioner Hanson.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Gary, for the presentation. So I am a little concerned about, explain to me why we're removing shared maintenance roads, exactly.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, one of the main key points, and in talking with the recent resolution with the Dinosaur Trail roadway, there's some, I believe with the shared maintenance, there's obviously some tort liability within the right of way for those folks that share maintenance with us. So for the HOA, you know, the private ownership areas, because there's still that factor that they would go out there and, let's say in the instance of Dinosaur Trail, if there's some maintenance for landscaping, those individuals will be out there working in the right of way. And so, you know, should signs not be set up right, or any kind of traffic control, you know, violation happen, accident in a work zone, those type of things are still inclusive in the shared maintenance. And so it would be a shared responsibility of the county and some of those entities. And so, you know, looking at it from that standpoint, our intent really is to be clear on what we maintain and you know, kind of remove that type of tort liability as well.
And Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, if I could also add, is that once the county has decided it is going to adopt a road and it is brought up to the standards that are defined by the county and it meets all those standards, then it is at that point, if all that is taken care of, then it is just regular maintenance for us to keep that road in the same kind of performance standard that we do the rest of the roads in the county.
And then my other question is about the emergency. So I remember in 2018 we had a flood, kind of a severe flood, and there were areas that needed to be maintained or to be taken care of right away. And is this saying that we will not provide any service until we get a written agreement? Or, you know, if we're in an emergency and it's a non-county maintained road and there is no one to help them, but the property is, they can't get in and out of their road and they're struggling. We have to wait for a written agreement to do anything.
Manager Miller.
Madam Chair, emergencies, this has nothing to do with emergencies and private roads and our ability to go when the county declares an emergency, flooding, snowstorm, whatever, and we have to, for the health and safety of individuals, need to go in and clear a path for our ambulances or for people to get in and out. We did something like this with the flooding off of West Alameda, and down in La Cienega, also in Madrid, when we had, or Madrid, however you want to say it, south of Madrid, when we had the severe, weird snowstorm that dumped 3 feet on them. This has nothing to do with that. What this is when the county adopts a road as a county maintained road, policies for how you go about that and what kind of roads there are. We rewrote the policy years ago and put this lesser maintained road. It doesn't work. A subsequent attorney from the one who recommended that particular proposal said you can't really lesser maintain anything. If our name is on it and we're going to maintain it, if we take the blade over it once a year, twice a year, it doesn't really matter. It's our road. And we're liable for maintenance on that road. So one thing was to remove that definition because we found we never adopted anything under that provision. And when we looked at adopting something under that provision, we found we really couldn't do that. It would actually just create significant liability for the county without actually fully adopting a road that's up to county standards. I think the other provision that was put in there so that we could do that shared maintenance agreement with DOT and that developer. And I think the point of staff to recommend removing that is we don't see another reason that we would need that in our road adoption policy. So that's the I think the impetus, and this actually started quite a while ago when Attorney Bruce Fredericks was here. He had said that that's a real problem in our policy to have this lesser maintained category. So, and Robert Martinez was here. They started a draft on revising the policy to clean that portion of it up. And then Robert retired, Bruce retired, and Gary and Ryan have picked that back up because it didn't get completed at that time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair Miller.
Thank you. Commissioner Garcia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the update, Manager Miller, because I'm asking along the same lines as I'm asking what. So this is just a policy how we're going to take it out. So will the actual ordinance come before us and show as legislation does, striking out old stuff, new stuff? So this is just kind of a presentation as to what we're planning on doing, right?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, yes, that was the intent of bringing this forward. So this is a policy. It's not an ordinance. We have it adopted by resolution, and we would bring the resolution back showing you the red line version. But because this has been such a long time, when we talked about it 2 years ago, it's been like 2.5 years ago or something like that, or maybe it was 2 years ago when we talked about it initially, cleaning up this policy, and then we had all the turnover, and now we were ready to pick those things back up and address this road adoption policy as well as the road maintenance policy.
Great. And because I had talked to staff about this, and I was to talk to Robert Martinez about this, at what point, this drives me crazy. Whenever you're going down Dinkle Road, a government road from one side of Hedgerow to the other side, Richards Avenue, good example as well. I used to give Robert House about this. Robert Martinez used to love to put these little signs that says, county maintain ends, county maintain starts. I'm like, it's a government road. Huh? So whenever it snows, does that mean that the county plow picks up the blade? Yes. It's like, so I talked to Diego a little bit about this. Is there any way that we can actually create an agreement with the town of Edge or the city of Santa Fe? So, well, there's snow there. Those are just things. How do we get to that point? But I understand that this is just kind of the two items that we're going to take out.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, I'm actually glad you brought that up because Gary and I were talking about this, or Director Huron and I, and that's a separate issue, but we do want to enter into an agreement with the town of Edgewood specifically about that issue with lifting the plow and putting it back down as it moves in and out of town of Edgewood city limits. The other one we want to have dialogue with Bernalillo County is right on the border. There are also 2 roads that go in and out of Santa Fe County to Bernalillo County and back in, and get some written agreements with those 2 local governments as to how we could maintain, and maybe one of us maintains, we share the cost, or one maintains one road. We just we need to actually negotiate those agreements, but that is a separate issue from the road adoption policy. This policy is designed for individuals who, a developer who maybe, you know, they do a development, all the roads in it are private, but at some point the neighborhood wants to turn those over as county maintained roads. This is the process they would have to go through to get them adopted by the county commission to be taken on as a Santa Fe County maintained road.
Thank you, Manager Miller. I'll get with you and Gary and Ryan on some other technical stuff, because sometimes some of our county roads aren't up to standard according to the SDLC. And so, you know, as you know, back in the days, we used to adopt the roads into, there was a school bus route. The state highway department would give us money, and the county said, let's adopt all these roads, which we did. And then, so there's just things that I'm just curious about. But like I said, I'll get with yourself and Ryan and Gary, Director Hito as well. But thank you, Madam Chair. Oh, one more last thing. And one thing that's hard, thank you, is regarding, I understand this whole liability stuff, I get it. And maybe now that Bruce is here, we can ask a different attorney to give us a different opinion. I'm just joking, but no, there's just different things that we deal with, and one of the most important things is roads in the rural areas of the community, and that's what people they look at that stuff, the tangible part of what their taxes are getting, where the taxes are going. That's where I'm going with it, but I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. Just a quick question. What's going to happen with those couple of roads that are shared maintenance now? Will those become county maintained roads when this goes into effect, if it goes into effect?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, as I understand it, they have already been designated as shared maintenance roads. I don't think that their status would change into the future.
Okay, so even though we're not going to have that designation, these will be grandfathered in to stay that way?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, that is the way I understand it, unless Attorney Schaefer examines the issue and tells us differently. But that's the way we understand it right now.
Okay.
I would like to ask for some additional clarification on that, because that was not from looking at the material, so then I don't know. Manager Miller or Attorney Schaefer, if we're getting rid of that designation, what's happening?
Vice Chair, Commissioners, I believe that that would be the appropriate route to follow. We did accept those roads for shared maintenance. That's a completed action of the Board of County Commissioners. And so unless the board was willing to take over sole maintenance responsibilities, it would seem to me to be appropriate to grandfather in, so to speak, those limited shared maintenance roads so as to avoid upsetting any settled expectations.
Thank you. Commissioner Hughes, did you have further questions?
No, that was it. Thank you.
So I actually have one further question, because I was going to ask that one as well, which is, Mr. Ryan, during the presentation, it sounds like there are some county roads. Is there actually a category of county road that is not maintained by the county?
No, Madam Chair, there is not a designation aside from private roads.
Right. Okay.
It's not, yeah, that's not county maintained.
Got it. They're all private roads. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. Are there any other questions among commissioners? If not, we can go on to 5B, the road improvement policy.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. So I know these sound similar in title, but the actual priority index, which is under the road improvement policy, is a new look at how we, gain some transparency and how we, in the future look to dirt roads and try to prioritize the paving of those roads. So this is actually a little bit different in a side, kind of put that one to the side, the road acceptance policy. This one's a little bit different, and I'll give you a little bit of background on this. If you could, Daniel, go to the first slide, or the second slide, I apologize. Thank you. So the priority index, and really the purpose of this, is to look at it through kind of a holistic approach with all the roads in the county that are currently not paved. And so the first bullet there is the purpose of this is to provide a formal procedure that removes individual or community bias from the process of improving transportation infrastructure, more specifically improving the driving surface of the roadway. This policy uses a series of analytics to target roadways that would benefit the most from surface improvements. And the next slide we'll get into a little more detail, but the intent of the road improvement policy will be to consistently assess and rate Santa Fe County roads to maximize the use of available funding and resources, ultimately improving the roadways with asphalt pavement or a chip seal overlay. And I believe Commissioner Garcia touched on this a little bit to make sure we're targeting the roads that need the funding. And again, the note at the bottom is this was brought before the TAC committee as well on November 18th and was approved. Could Daniel go to the next slide, please? So the systematic approach to this is establishing priorities that can be quantified. And so the four major things that we're looking at when we're looking at a unpaved surface or an unpaved road is traffic volumes, route classification, maintenance history, so how much money we've spent in prior years maintaining that road, or if there's repetitive maintenance that's time consuming that we're doing all the time, that's looked at and quantified. And then safety, which is a critical piece in how we score these type of roads for paving. We're looking at things such as flooding impacts, impassability, if there's bus routes, school bus routes that need access. And so we're looking at some of those safety factors. This is the way it's structured is the scores between 0 and 100. And so basically establishing a score for a road will help us prioritize all of the roads that are currently unpaved throughout the county. If you could, Daniel, move to the next slide, please. Thanks, sir. So here's an example, and this is an example of General Goodwin, and this is scored accordingly. And just to give you a little bit of background on the scoring factors, as you can see, obviously we have the road name, road classification. So there's a collector, there's major, minor, arterials, local roads, they all have a score. If you look, let's see, if you look at the functional classification, just to the right of center, lower, there's where the actual points for the scoring comes from. So you can see a local doesn't score points. A collector has 4 points, arterial 8. Local school bus route is 10, collector school bus route 14, and arterial school bus route 18. And so that piece is taken into account when we're looking at the functional classification. The ADT volumes, which is the average daily traffic volumes, those are typically gathered when we do an engineering study for that road. We'll do traffic counts, and so that's a typical 48-hour count, 24 hours a day, and we basically take the average between the 2 days, and we come up with our average daily traffic volume. And so then that number is then input. The annual maintenance cost, as you see the next one down, is $8,500 for this road. And so those points are taken into account. If you look at the maintenance factor, which is in the top right corner, between those dollar amounts, that's how the point structure is kind of created off of the dollar amounts. And then is the road unsafe or impassable during inclement weather? And so that's either a yes or no. And it's not always quite that simple, depending on the length of the road, where the road's at. There's some other factors, but that one, if you have yes, is 14 points, no is 0. And so when you calculate all those scores, there's a few logarithms running in the background. And then it comes up with the final priority index number that you see there at the bottom. And it's, we've vetted it through the TAC. I know our prior project engineer worked very closely with the TAC committee early part of last year, and they made some modifications to the scoring, brought it back. Several of those members are engineers. Revisited this scoring schematic, and this is what we have today. So it's a score from 0 to 100, 100 being the top road that probably needs to be paved. Lower scores are not roads that if we're evaluating it, really fall into that criteria. If you're below, let's say, a 50 on the priority index, then that's probably a road that could potentially be paved, and maybe there's not enough traffic yet. There's not enough traffic generators, or there's some other changes that probably need to take place to bump that up. But I wanted everyone to have a chance to look at this. This is basically what it's structured on. And I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you so much. Commissioners, are there questions?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Hughes? I'll get you second then, Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Oh, yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of questions. One is, how do you envision working with the various homeowners associations who may also want to have input on which roads get paved in their areas?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I would still envision that we still work closely with the commissioners and with those communities. This is really just a way to prioritize, what's actually out there on those roadways. It's not to say this is the end all to be all, and this is, exactly how we're going to move it forward as far as which roads actually end up getting paved. Obviously, that's still something that we would reach out to the commission and the HOAs and the community, to make sure that the scoring mechanism we're using is still relevant to the needs of the community. So, I mean, that's still a factor.
And Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, I would also add is that as we look down the road and thinking about communities like El Dorado and some of the other communities, is that this is another opportunity for us then to share this process with them, collaborate with them as they're looking to identify the roads in their community. So sharing our resources in that regard.
Okay. You answered my second question as well, so that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Garcia?
Just really quick, Madam Chair, Mr. Hedon, when you said look down the road, was that on purpose, or what did you mean by that? That was good. Also, roads are, for institutional knowledge that some of us have, roads are very challenging in Santa Fe County, and so I guess the question that I have is, why do we need to update this policy? Or why are we? I understand the ones where we're taking down the lesser county maintained roads and taking that off of. So I get that stuff, but are we going somewhere with this stuff?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, given all of the controversy about our present funding system, which is based on the PASER system, and it being more subjective than I think people are comfortable with. This is clearly an alternative to something that is subjective. It is, the calculation will be able to be repeated by anybody that goes on the road and is looking at the data that we have collected. And then it is incumbent on Public Works then to collect all that data for any of the roads that we are creating as we make our decisions. So it is a way for us to be more objective as we go through the rest of the
All right, we'll still talk a little bit later. But one of the things that I really wanted to bring up is that you need, and I've told you guys this before, Madam Chair, is the maintenance crew. Great job that those individuals do. It's when we used to go to the state legislature 8-10 years ago, there was a gentleman from down south, I forget his name, Manager Miller might know, and he used to promote Santa Fe County in the tax and rev committee. Say, why can't the entire state do what Santa Fe County's doing and build their roads and have their own crew? And we did that for a while, then we stopped, and just want to let a shout out to some of the other commissioners know that your road guys and ladies, they do an excellent job. And with the snow, they just do an excellent job. And I've told you that before, so please relay that to them. And I'll be done with that. Thank you. Sure. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Ryan and Gary, for this road policy. I kind of wanted to just share with the commission that, it says road classification and it says school bus routes. And part of the designation of a school bus route is that we get money for secure rural schools. And that is a federal program. And so to have that on this priority index example helps us when we're in Washington or when we're talking to our federal delegation about money. School bus routes are a federally funded money that we can get. They have not always been funded. It has been iffy. Different years we get more money than we get, and so it kind of goes along with the PILT, with the payment in lieu of taxes, and so it is important to have that classification. And I know that Commissioner Hughes is new, and so I just wanted to share that information of how important it is to make sure that we have those designations because it helps us get federal money. And with that, thank you so much for this update, professionally updating our policies. And I look forward to seeing them as we go forward. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Hanson. Are there other questions with respect to this presentation? Well, thank you very much. Did I hear somebody?
Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. So that takes us to item 6, which is matters of public concern. Tessa Jo, have there been people who have signed up to speak at this time?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have 2 people who have signed up to speak thus far. The first one is Harold Haningi. Excuse me if I'm getting that wrong.
Thank you. Let us have the people who've signed up speak, and then we can find out if there are any more people. And perhaps we can do a 3-minute timer on our speakers. So, Tessa Jo, you already introduced the first person, so.
Yes, and just a note to anybody who may be calling in by phone, they should press *9 to unmute themselves.
Thank you very much. So our first speaker. Tessa Jo, would you mind repeating the name of the first person?
Harold Haningi. Madam Chair, I can repeat this when we go into the public hearing portion in the event that they join us at that time as well.
Okay. I imagine, in principle, this is separate from the public hearing. So I assume these are on topics other than the public hearing item. Let us move on to the second. Oh, yes, Daniel?
Madam Chair, and Tess, I apologize. I think you accidentally said *9 to unmute. It's *6. I don't know if we want to give it another shot for that speaker.
Sorry about that.
So I'm going to put it back on you, Tessa Jo. Could you repeat the name of the first speaker? And if not, we'll move on and ask for to the second speaker and ask for the first speaker afterwards.
Harold Haningi. Okay, the next speaker I have is Sydney Monroe.
Yes, I'm here. Am I being heard?
Yes, thank you. And if you could just state your name, that would be great.
My name is Sydney Monroe, and I'm here to speak today about the city annexation item that's scheduled for discussion later in the executive session. I've been a resident for over 20 years in the region of Santa Fe County, referred to as Area 1 in the city-county annexation agreement. For a bit of history, going back to 2006 when the annexation agreement was first advanced, Area 1 was the only area of more than 10,000 acres that were eventually annexed by the city that did not have an early neighborhood notification meeting. The homeowners from the area had already made it abundantly clear that they were not in favor of annexation. They preferred to remain in the county, so we were bypassed in the early neighborhood notification process. I was part of then, and I still represent a group of over 50 homeowners in the Area 1. From 2006 throughout the process of annexation, we attended every meeting from the Board of County Commissioners, City Council, City Planning. There was something called the ELUA, the ELUC. At last count, there were over 80 meetings that we had between 2006 through 2012. Rather than having additional people speaking here today with the same sentiments, I speak today on behalf of these fellow residents. After the supposed agreement in 2008, the city immediately violated the terms of the annexation agreement by doing away with the promised rural residential protection. We have been in limbo since 2008. Our zoning and building effectively is regulated by the city. We have no voice at the city. No one will meet with us. Even worse, now that so much time has passed, no one even knows what we are talking about. We have no ability to vote for a counselor to represent us, and we are fortunate to have Commissioner Hanson, who at least understands our dilemma. The city has not only ignored the residents of Area 1, but has also ignored the extension agreement of 2012. It's been 13 years now with nothing from the city. We have been very clear about our desire to stay within the county. I'm simply here to remind the board that the majority of residents of Area 1 would like to remain in the county. We don't have any agenda. We simply want to sit at the table and would like our voices to be heard. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much, Mr. Monroe, and I apologize for some of the background noise. I would just ask everybody who's not speaking to mute themselves so we can minimize background noise. Is the first person who had already signed up to speak available to speak at this juncture?
Mr. Harold Haningi.
If not, Tessa Jo, could you please, I know this is always dangerous, unmute and everybody, and if there's anybody else who would like to speak to the commission under matters from the public, when Tessa Jo unmutes you, could you please speak up and provide your name, and we can hear from you at that time. Go ahead, Tessa Jo.
Everyone has been unmuted. What WebEx now does is it sends a request for people to unmute themselves.
Understood.
So
Okay.
it does reduce on the background noise. So everybody right now has the ability to unmute themselves.
So if there's anybody else who would like to speak to the commission at this point in matters from the public, please speak up, unmute yourself and speak up. Hearing none, I will close matters of public concern and go on to matters from the county manager. So I guess we'll start with 7A, your COVID updates. Manager Miller.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, first of all, this isn't actually, well, I don't know if you've noticed the daily count in Santa Fe County for COVID positive, new COVID positives has really dropped. Yesterday, it was even, I think we had 9. I always get nervous around this time of day, though, because the new numbers come out. But we've been seeing a steady decrease, and tomorrow we'll get our 14-day average, and I'm hopeful that Santa Fe County will be able to move into the yellow. I don't know for sure, but we 2 weeks ago we're at 6.4% positivity. We need to be 5 or less, and our numbers were significantly better the last 2 weeks than the previous 2 weeks. Also, Santa Fe County is 4th in the state in terms of vaccination rates. As of Sunday, the county had vaccinated 26.8% per 100,000 individuals in the county. Over 40,000 people have received at least 1 dose of the vaccine. Now, a notice did come out from the Department of Health, though, that they are changing the way they account for it. We might see a slight change in this number. They came out yesterday or this morning and said that they had been recording where people were vaccinated in their dashboard as opposed to where they were a resident. So we may see a slight change in that number. I haven't looked at it today to see if the report changed. Also, as of Sunday, 9,313 Santa Fe County residents have tested positive. Sorry, there's an Amber Alert.
Yes, everybody's getting the Amber Alert.
Have tested positive. However, as I said, the positivity rates have been steadily decreasing. And hopefully tomorrow we'll hear some good news. I don't know, but our overall goal is to be below 12 new cases per day. Last week, a total of 2,962 meals, that's 1,833 hot meals and 1,129 frozen meals were delivered to seniors throughout the county. A total of 11,918 meals were delivered during the month of January. And then this week, a total of 160 food depot bags were delivered to seniors. Same thing as there's non-perishables, canned food, boxes with fresh produce, apples, oranges, broccoli are included. Other vegetables are included in those food boxes. I do want to give a shout out to our senior services staff again. They are really stepping up to the plate, getting food out, making the meals, freezing meals, delivering meals to seniors in need. So I just want to make sure that you realize how much work they're doing to provide meals to our seniors in the county. Also, to date, we've received 3,045 self-initiated assistance requests submitted through our Connect hub, our web portal. And to date, we delivered 20,820 grocery boxes that we distributed through that. 3,114 were delivered to homebound individuals. And then our health care assistance program navigators assisted 48 new individuals in the past week and followed up with 60 others. So they're quite active in coordinating services to those in need in the county. Those are my COVID updates. Do you have any questions on anything else related to COVID-19 and the county's response to that?
Any questions, Commissioner Garcia?
Oh, really quick. Thank you, Manager Miller. Thank you, Madam Chair. People in the community, we see the schools are opening up, trying, and we're gonna do you hear any word from the governor's office as to when they're gonna lift something or what they're doing? Because have they said anything? I'm just wondering, because when you go back east or you go Kansas, all that stuff, it doesn't seem like anything's shut down anymore, good or bad. You see Dr. Fauci on the calls, but has the governor's office said whether they're going to lift it or not? Or
so
it's just the economy is what's I'm concerned about as well. But if you've heard anything that you can share with us, that'd be great.
So what the governor did, Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, what the governor did towards the end of last year is changed the way that the state opens up. And what she did is, instead of going on a statewide basis and setting rules statewide, she set benchmarks for counties relative to positivity rate. And that's what I was talking about. For Santa Fe County, we need to have an average of no more than 12 residents per day test positive. And we have been moving towards that. Over the last couple of days, we actually have been at 12 or less. When we move to that, we'll move into a different category, and that is we'd move into yellow and then hopefully to green. And in each one of those categories, as a county moves to having a lower positivity rate and less infections in of the virus amongst county residents, then businesses can open up more. I don't know if Carmelina is I don't see her on here, but this morning we were having a meeting and she was reading off what happens when you move from red to yellow. It means businesses can have up to like 33% of capacity within restaurants and retail space. So you have a variety of things. So and they're doing that grading every 14 days. So that comes out tomorrow for across the state. You'll see several of the counties probably shift from red to yellow because of across the state that many counties have been doing better. And while we don't control testing and we don't control vaccines and we don't actually have control contact tracing, we are being measured as a county. And the rules for opening up businesses are set by whether you are in red, yellow, or green category based upon the positivity rate within your county. So as I said, I know that county residents are doing better, wearing masks, getting tested, having a lower positivity rate, and having less positive cases. And as long as we move in that direction and stay in that direction, we should be able to allow businesses to, or the state will allow businesses. It's not actually up to us. Those rules are set at the state level. And I can send out an email to you as to what that means if we go to yellow and what that means for our businesses if we go to green. But there are only a few counties that are in the yellow category right now as it is. And those are typically the lower populated counties. Does that help?
Yes, thank you. I'm just trying to, once again, that's up to the state that's controlling some of how we open the state. Just for the record, thank you.
And Madam Chair and Commissioner Garcia, yeah, and we don't control, we don't have tests, we don't have, that's the Department of Health and some of the hospital providers, local providers. We don't have vaccines, those go to providers. So while it is up to the county's population to have a lower positivity rate, in order for our businesses to open, we don't control the factors that could help move that needle, unfortunately. Local Santa Fe County and the local governments don't have, we don't have contact tracing, we don't have testing, we don't have vaccines.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just kind of think of the village of Madrid. That's, you know, that's the whole little community that's shut down. But thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Garcia. Manager Miller?
Any other questions on COVID-related issues? If not, Daniel, if you could bring up, and if Paul Olafson, if he's not available, I'll cover it. But Paul, are you online?
Yes, Manager Miller, I'm here.
Oh, why don't you go ahead and present? Yeah, we can hear you. If you could present your ICIP schedule and webinars.
Yes. Okay, so good afternoon, commissioners, everyone. I'm Paul Olafson with the Planning Division. And what we have today is a brief update on, we're gonna open up a couple webinars for the public to provide information on, one, the ICIP, which is our annual capital requesting process, and then two, on our other resources that are available to the community for assistance during the pandemic and just in general. And we're doing this manner, we did it again last year as well because of the pandemic and the need for social distancing. So we will be having two webinars. They are scheduled for February 17th and the 24th. We'll start advertising those tomorrow through the web, newspapers, and we might even do some radio advertising if we can get on. And the webinars will focus, as I said, on the capital and infrastructure planning, and that's to get us started earlier in the process this year for our annual capital budgeting, and also to get obviously community input. Then we'll also be discussing, as you can see on the screen from Daniel, the agricultural resources, and that includes our aggregate online program and a composting program. We'll be talking about community development resources and programs for food distribution and locations schedule, the Connect program, housing programs, and business resources. We'll also do public outreach and participation through community and regional organizations. That's our ongoing CORO program. Talk about how communities and organizations can participate and get notification of county issues, as well as the workshop series we have planned for the existing CO and RO groups. We'll also review open space program and the resource management, ongoing strategic planning and implementation, and finally, as I mentioned earlier, the capital infrastructure. So, you know, the community members can provide input for capital projects at any time during the year. However, we want to kind of kick this year's off a little more earlier and get those in as soon as possible so we can really review them, scope them well, and clarify what the project is requesting. So with that, I would stand for any questions. Oh, and also I forgot to mention that the meetings will be from 6 to 7 on the 17th and the 24th of this month. So I'd stand for any questions.
So commissioners, are there any questions? Commissioner Hanson?
Thank you, Paul. I think this is great that we're getting information out early and that we can start the dialogue with the communities throughout the county. So I'm wholeheartedly support this and thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Then Daniel, there's also an item there for the transfer stations, I believe. So, commissioners, as you know, we had to adjust the schedules at the collection centers, and this is due to the fact that for safety reasons, we needed to make sure that we had 2 staff at the collection centers at a time, as well as allowing staff members to take their lunch. We did get some requests, and particularly in the Hakona area and the El Dorado area, though, to be open on Sundays. I don't know if you recall, but we also, for a good part of last calendar year, we did not charge residents for using the collection centers for about a 4 or 5 month period. We did not actually punch their permits as they went through. And so that we had hoped we would get reimbursed from the CARES Act funding for that, but we did not, or a very small part of it. And it actually, we probably lost about $185,000 worth of revenue by doing that. So we don't have a lot of funding in the solid waste budget to actually be able to increase hours at all of the stations. But what we thought might be helpful between now and the end of the fiscal year was if we looked at opening Hakona and El Dorado collection centers on Sundays from 8 to 1 p.m. So this is based upon Commissioner Hughes. I know that you had several residents who had asked about it, and so did Commissioner Roybal. These are also 2 of our largest centers. They do receive most of the waste. Combined, these 2 receive more than double all the others combined, I think. So we thought this might assist residents and provide additional weekend hours at Hakona and El Dorado. And Gary, did you have something you wanted to add?
Manager Miller, thank you. That was a very good explanation. Commissioners, Madam Chair, below then you see the plan schedule changes with Sunday being open for those 2 sites and then every other one being open for lunch hour. And we'll figure out how we have already worked out the staffing pattern for that. This information will then be shared. We'll do a press release. We're going to put it on our website, and then we may put it on some community websites as well to make sure that people understand these schedule changes.
So, Madam Chair, I would stand for any questions, as would Gary, on this item.
Thank you. Commissioners, are there any questions? I've lost you all. Commissioner Hughes.
Oh, not a question, just thanks for, figuring out how to keep these places open a little bit longer. I did get a lot of calls on that, and this should make people a little bit happier. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Any other commissioners? Is that all the updates, Manager Miller? for this item? Moving on to C, or?
Yeah, yes, Madam Chair, that is all for miscellaneous updates. And then item C, the legislative updates. This will be Tessa Joe and Hutchie. I think Hutchie's going to start. And then in D, C and D are kind of the same thing, but D, we actually put specific ones that the board had mentioned. So I would say under C, after both Hutchie and Tessa Joe go, if there's any other legislation you want us to go look at, that's a good spot to let us know. Hutchie, did you have your report?
Yes, I do. Good afternoon, Chair Hamilton, Commissioners. I am Hutchie Miller with the County Manager's Office. And earlier today, I sent out two different PDFs. One was the report and one was a list of legislation. I don't know if, Daniel, you're going to bring that up. I think Tessa had put it up on the board docs.
Yeah, I have it trying to open right now, but it's my Adobe Acrobat is frozen. I apologize. Tessa, would you be able to share your screen? Sorry about that.
Okay. I can go ahead and just go over some of the details of what's going on generally. And so far we have 39 days left in the session. And next week, next Thursday, the 18th, will be the deadline for introduction of bills. And yesterday was the deadline for capital outlay submissions, and we have taken care of that. And looking below there on the first page, bill statistics, still a lot more than where we were last time when we were presenting to the commission. We're at 641 bills total. That's a lot lower than a regular 60-day session, but still a lot of bills to look at. On page number 2, we have a listing of the New Mexico County actions on particular bills that the board and the executive committee has taken action on. And I just wanted to point out, first of all, some of the bills that have stalled or tabled in committee. So right now, it doesn't look probable that they would move on, but it's always a possibility. Still a lot of time left in the session, and if the sponsors want to take up and make changes to any of these legislation, it's possible that they'll do so. But those particular bills are House Bill 49, and that was tabled in committee, the exempt Social Security income taxes. Further down the list was Senate Bill 134, and that received the due pass motion was not successful. Substitute for absent probate judges. And in the bottom half, in the opposed section, House Bill 26 was also tabled in its first committee. So those items have stopped for now. And as far as going back to the top in the support items, House Bill 14, House Bill 33, House Bill 55, House Bill 57, House Bill 92, House Bill 103, House Bill 105, Senate Bill 20, Senate Bill 39, and Senate Bill 49, and Senate Bill 64. All are moving in committee, and they have at least passed one of their committee assignments. So they're moving forward. And as for those items in the opposed column, which are moving, those are House Bill 4, House Bill 40, House Bill 50, and House Bill 110. And those are similar in which they have at least passed one of their committee assignments. Going on to page number 3. These are all the bills on pages 3 through 11. These are all the bills that we're monitoring, which are associated with resolutions that the County Commission has passed so far. And the newer items which are added to this report, different from the last commission meeting, are 2 new public banking bills, House Bill 236, Senate Bill 313. And there's been 4 cannabis regulation acts introduced as well. And those are House Bill 12, House Bill 17, Senate Bill 13, and Senate Bill 288. Neither of the public banking or cannabis bills have been heard yet. And the ones that are scheduled are House Bill 12 and House Bill 17, and those are scheduled for the 13th of this month. And that's in House Health and Human Services at 10:30 in the morning. So that'll be the first stab at looking at what kind of questions are going to be asked and some of the details within those 2 particular bills. And actually, I myself are still looking at these particular pieces of legislation. And I know that the New Mexico counties was doing the same. And I can make sure and provide you a summary of these different bills and how they are related and how they are different before this February 13th committee meeting. I'd just like to mention as well a big thank you to Commissioner Hanson for adding her support for the variety of sustainability bills that have been in committee, and where she has testified, these bills have been moving forward. And I'm not going to go over each of the bills within these resolution-related legislation, but if you can take a look, you can see which ones are have passed committee and which ones have not been scheduled at all and are not moving. For the most part, it looks like most of the sustainability bills have been moving and they're moving forward. The issue with any items dealing with revenue or taxation, they're going to be held up right now because those are going to be components of the state budget as a whole. And so the state and the 2 finance committees, the one in the House and one in the Senate, need to put together the different pieces as to see where funding is going to come from and whether or not a certain tax is going to be put in place and included as a revenue within the budget as a whole. And the same goes for those new spending items, whether they are going to be a component of the budget as a whole as well. I just wanted to add also that all of the New Mexico County items, which were on page 2, they are the summaries and the information regarding those specific pieces of legislation are contained within the second report, which is just the list of bills itself. And so if they are not included with in these bills on page 3 through 11, then they're going to be included in that second report, which is a list of 194 bills. So if you can't get to sleep tonight, maybe you might want to take a look at that. With that, that's the general overview of the legislation that we're looking at for the county related to specific resolutions and also related to county governance in general. And with that, I don't know if you want to take questions now or move on to the other components of the legislative updates.
Commissioners have questions? Do any commissioners have questions now? Commissioner Hanson? Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, thank you, Hutch, for your information. I really appreciate it. It is an interesting process to try and get to comment on bills. You have to make sure that you sign up the day before, and then you have to make sure you get the link to the meeting. Some meetings are run better than others. Some let you in right away. Sometimes you just have to sit and wait and watch on a webcam, but you can't be on the webcam at the same time as you're testifying. So there's a lot of moving parts to it. I was very happy to be able. The only committees I've really testified in it has been the Senate Conservation, that is chaired by Liz Stefanix. And this morning I testified on the neonicotide removal on the Pesticide Control Act. And it did get a due pass, which was great for all the pollinators. And so I was very happy about that. But I do highly recommend that my other fellow commissioners find some of the bills that you have supported and try and comment on them. Because I think it does make a difference as a commissioner making a comment. So you only usually get a minute or a minute and a half, so you have to be pretty succinct. But I will continue to testify on all the sustainability bills with the Coalition of Sustainable Communities, and I've been working with them. And one of the highlights of the last week was that I was quoted in U.S. and World Report. And so that was about our community solar bill. So that was exciting to have us recognized New Mexico as a national leader in moving towards community solar. So I just wanted to share that with you all. Thank
Commissioner
you.
Hanson, what's up with the community solar bill? And are you testifying for that?
It got a due pass and is on to the next committee. So things are moving along. And there is definitely a completely different idea, a different feeling in the legislature. You can see the results of a number of these progressive senators who have gotten elected. The vibe is definitely different and more progressive, and it's very exciting.
That's fabulous. Thank you very much. Are there other commissioners with comments at this point, or should we move along to the next component of the legislative update? Okay, Hutchie, we can move to the next piece if you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Manager Miller, were you going to go over the particular items regarding support or opposition, or did you want me to handle that?
Actually, I could probably talk about these quickly. You might have to help me on a couple of them, but
Okay.
first of all, well, and I guess we can kind of wrap it up at the end to see if there's anything else that the board is interested in. One of the questions that came up earlier since our last meeting was whether the board had taken action to support a bill that would remove the 3% cap on valuation on multifamily properties and second homes. We thought that that had actually been included in the housing, the resolution on support for different housing initiatives, but it wasn't, because at the time nobody could find the specific bill. As it turns out, I think the bill was originally sponsored by Representative Matthew McQueen last year, but he indicated that this year it is likely going to be in a tax cleanup bill. So as a result, we don't have a specific bill number, but it's my understanding that Commissioner Hughes, and I suppose Commissioner Hughes, you could request a motion to support a removal of the cap, valuation cap on multifamily and second homes, if you wanted for us to give us direction.
Madam Chair, if I could just mention that the reason that goes along with housing is that that's seen as a potential source for a housing trust fund or housing activities, the additional revenue that would be collected if we remove the cap of the 3% cap on the increase in property taxes from second homes and other types of properties. So yeah, I would like to add that to the things we support. I know that's important to our housing authority director in particular.
So I'll take that as a motion. And we have a motion and a second. So, Commissioner,
I have a question.
Commissioner Garcia, in discussion.
What does that remove a 3% cap on? Can you give me an example? Is this?
So, Commissioner Garcia, Madam Chair, an example would be a multifamily housing complex. So apartment complexes currently are considered residential, and even though they're owned by not individual renters, they're owned by a developer who developed them, or private organizations often that have developed them. And right now, the 3% cap that was put, oh gosh, this has probably been about 20 years. Seems like an eternity. But there is a cap on if you purchase a home, that valuation, the assessed value, cannot go up more than 3% per year unless you sell the home. If you sell the home, then it gets reassessed at the market rate at the time of the sale. But multifamily, and there's been talk of removing that for a long time, but there has not been support in the legislature to remove it from primary residence. But there has been a proposal put forward by Representative McQueen last year that it's not really appropriate that that cap is on multifamily because they're not being assessed at their proper value, and therefore their property taxes are not being assessed at the proper value. And so the bill that I saw last year was to, and there were some articles in the paper about it, was to remove that cap on valuation on multifamily. But I also understand that there is a desire to do that on second homes as well. So if you own a second home, it would not be subject to the 3% valuation. And Joseph, I don't know, Montoya, if you wanted to add to that.
Madam Manager, Commissioners, Madam Chairman, yes, that's correct. The legislation will provide the opportunity for us to tax folks who have a second or third or fourth home in Santa Fe. The original legislation was passed, as you know, many years ago, as Madam Miller had indicated, in order to allow folks who were getting gentrified out of neighborhoods, right? So we had a lot of people in the 80s and 90s who were losing their homes simply for property taxes. And so we were asked to actually create legislation to put a cap on the appreciation for people. However, at the time, we didn't think it through enough to be able to say, we're trying to make sure that, for instance, that in this case, it was local Santa Feans who were getting price out of their home, even if they didn't have a mortgage. But there are those people, for instance, who own a home that, say, live in California and they have a second home here. The idea is to be able to make sure that we actually appraise those homes to market value. And so the difference between what we're receiving right now in terms of property taxes and what we would receive, hopefully will actually go towards the development of affordable housing.
Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
No. But here's as Manager Miller knows, back in when this Speaker Ben Lujan was around, and as Joseph mentioned, and our assessor, individuals that lived off the Canyon Road were losing their homes because somebody bought $1 million home where they invested on their property and they built $1 million home next to Mrs. Garcia's house, and her taxes went from here to here, way up there, and they couldn't afford to pay their property taxes. And so what happened is they sponsored a bill that says you can only raise your taxes 3%. So I guess I just don't understand how the on the multifamily. So if you have a compound, let's just take it. Mrs. Garcia has a compound off of Canyon Road, and she has 3 houses on her property for all of her grandkids. Does that mean that that is a multifamily housing and that those per lot can be taxed? And I have a lot of questions on it. And and I haven't seen the legislation. Also in regards to the second home, does that mean 2 homes within Santa Fe County, or 1 home in Texas, 1 home in Florida, 1 home here? So that makes them the 3rd home here. I guess I haven't seen it. And I'm just very concerned about the individuals on this 3% tax because the state of New Mexico got sued. This is Catherine. They got sued roughly 7-8 years ago. And I don't remember what the actual lawsuit was determined off of it. However, it was saying that we could not put a salary cap on taxes, and I don't remember where it went. And so I'm just a little confused on it now as to what it says and where we're at. So those were just questions. I'm sure there'll be a lot of questions as it goes through the process at the roundhouse. But thank you, Madam Chair.
So, Madam Chair, I don't have the answers to, I haven't seen the bill yet. So, we were looking for it in a tax cleanup bill. I thought it would actually be a separate bill so we could have those specifics for you, but it's our understanding it's not going to be a separate bill.
Okay, but just for clarity, the motion is for the board to recommend that we follow and support the legislation, this legislation related to this topic. And if there's no further discussion, we do have a motion and a second. I'll go for a voice vote. Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
No, I can't vote on this right now at this time. I haven't even seen the bill, and I don't know exactly what it says, so no.
Thank you. And Commissioner Hamilton will vote yes. So it's 3, 4, and 1 opposed to following this. So,
and Madam Chair, we'll as soon as we find the legislation, we'll shoot out an email to you summarizing what it says to all of you. The next item that was on the agenda, I'm trying to make sure I take them in order, was House Bill 136, which is oil and gas subdivision parcels. This is a bill that amends the New Mexico Subdivision Act to accept the division of land for oil or gas operations from the definition of the term subdivision. Don't know the effective date of the bill, and it's assumed that it would be effective 90 days following the adjournment of the session, or I think signature. Generally, from staff's perspective, it's bad policy to make a bunch of exemptions to the Subdivision Act. They lead to abuse and the creation of subpar subdivisions without adequate infrastructure to support them, among other problems. Now, for Santa Fe County, the Santa Fe County Oil and Gas Ordinance would still apply, and it covers similar ground as the subdivision regulations. House Bill 136 would not override minimum lot sizes, and the risk in Santa Fe County would arise when oil and gas operations cease. So in other words, if somebody did create an oil and gas subdivision, it could be converted to residential, commercial, or mixed-use subdivision depending upon the underlying base zoning. So we would say at a minimum, House Bill 136 should be revised so that new exemptions precludes the flipping of oil and gas subdivision into a subpar subdivision for other purposes. Or we would ask direction whether you want us to oppose it.
Right. So, what are inputs from the commissioners, if any, on this House bill?
I have a question, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Garcia?
Who's carrying this bill?
Representative Greg Nybert.
Well, actually, due to the these are interesting. As you know, Captain, I have the most environmentally safe oil and gas regulations in Santa Fe County, and so we would still have our regulations in place. And so, does this actually? Let's assume this passes as it's introduced. So, does this mean that they could create a 10-lot subdivision, or they could create a 20-lot subdivision and minimum lot size and have all these oil wells in each one of the lots, and change it to commercial and/or housing?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, if Greg is there, he'd probably be the better one to answer that. From what I understand from his analysis of the bill, we're somewhat protected with our ordinance because we have a bunch of other requirements.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to move it forward to look into the bill.
I'm struggling a little bit to unmute myself.
Clarify your motion?
Madam Chair, I think Greg finally got unmuted. He was having trouble.
Yes, I was trying to get out, but I was having trouble. Attorney Schaefer, please comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. So Commissioner Garcia, you're correct. Our oil and gas regulations stand alone and are not tied to the subdivision of land for gas development. And so in my view, even if this bill were to become law, the county would still have its existing authority under its existing ordinance to regulate oil and gas activities. As the county manager alluded to, the I think the challenge that Ms. Ellis Green and I saw if the bill did become law was more when the oil and gas activity ceased, and you now have a legally created subdivision that is no longer used for oil and gas, and therefore could potentially be used for some other purpose, but was never gone through, or excuse me, never went through the subdivision regulations to ensure that it had adequate infrastructure for those other purposes, be it residential or commercial or mixed use. So again, the risk that we saw to the county was on the back end after the oil and gas activities went away. That's why Manager Miller expressed that a way to potentially deal with that by amending the bill would be to make it clear that if you create, an oil and gas division of land, that's all you can use it for. You can't use it for anything else unless it actually goes through the subdivision regulations for purposes of getting entitlements for other permitted uses. So I hope that answers your question as to the impact of this exemption if it became law on our existing regulations, as well as the potential risk to the county if it became law.
Madam Chair, yes. We get some lines in here. Yes, actually, yes, it does. I'm just thinking back 7-8 years ago, whenever we passed the oil and gas ordinance, it was before he was a speaker, Representative Egoff was introducing a bill, and it was almost like we got walked out of the committee by the oil and gas regulations because we were actually wanted to look into a bill. But I guess this bill is probably looks for smaller counties that actually don't have no subdivision regulations, and if we want to amend, if we want to try to amend it, I'm okay with it.
Well, can you clarify did you actually make a motion?
Yes.
It's just by rules of orders. Can you clarify what your motion was? Because I was confused. So.
My motion is actually to follow Manager Miller's advice as in to see if we can actually amend the bill as it's moving forward for the committee.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Hanson? Commissioner Hanson, I believe you're still muted.
So I believe that I am opposed to this bill.
Okay. Is there a second for this motion, or is the motion going to get? So
I'll second the motion. I think that we either oppose it or we want to amend it. Obviously, I think asking for the amendment is sort of like opposing it. So I'll second the motion.
Okay. Is there further discussion at this point? Because just as my input, I strongly support the concern about this bill, and so would support amending it. Dr. Miller.
So, Madam Chairman, the reason I put this on here was because New Mexico counties had asked for some input from us and our opinion on the bill, and I didn't want to state a county position without getting direction from the board, although we did let them know our analysis of the bill. One of the things that Mr. Kopelman had said, it ought to be a local option. In other words, let the counties that want to be able to do something like this do it, and the ones that don't have to, kind of thing. So I think what they were, and I think in our position, we wouldn't actively chase down amending the bill. We would just make it clear as this bill moves forward, we think that amendment needs to be made.
Well, yeah, because I have two questions, and one of them is sort of related to, well, I don't know what. If unamended, this bill would put Santa Fe County in jeopardy, but it sounds like it would potentially put other counties in more jeopardy that don't have the same type of oil and gas regulation we have. As it currently stands, is this bill, does it have that county by county option that you just referenced, or is it an all or nothing proposal at this point?
Madam Chair, Hutchity, where is this on the New Mexico counties list? Were they opposing it, or were they pushing for an amendment?
As far as I can see from the actions list, it is not on there. On the report on page number 2, it's not included as one of their action items.
Okay, thank you. So, Madam Chair, they have not taken this to their executive committee yet.
Commissioner Hanson, did you? Commissioner Hanson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So I think we should basically ignore this bill and not support it or not amend it. I don't think it has the support at the Roundhouse to move forward. From what I have been observing, I could be wrong, but I don't think so.
So, Madam Chair, might I suggest then that as far as Commissioner Garcia's motion, that you could either say that if it gets moving, that we would stand in opposition of the bill unless it were amended.
So, Madam Chair, if I may.
Commissioner Garcia,
So maybe we should actually, if it hasn't gone to their executive board yet at the Santa New Mexico counties, maybe we should actually give Manager Miller authority in a motion to say, and it's okay to take the conservative way out and either be against it or amend it. That way she can get some clear direction.
is that an amendment to your motion?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes, are you?
I agree with that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to either oppose or amend this bill. Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson?
No.
And I'll vote yes on this. So, Manager Miller, the next on D is.
Thank you. So the next one, this one was actually brought forward by Commissioner Hanson, Senate Bill 32, Wildlife Conservation and Public Safety Act. Commissioner Hanson, did you want to speak to that?
Thank you. This has received a due pass out of, I believe, out of Senate Conservation. This bill is brought forward by Senator Bobby Gonzalez, Matt McQueen. And from what I can actually understand is that this is basically a bill codifying all the rules that have already been put in place by Game and Fish on trapping. It is a very conservative bill about trapping. It is really excluding like really severe traps, but you know, it has a lot of exemptions for you know, if people have problems with wildlife, they're allowed to trap on their land. I mean, it's basically just codifying what Game and Fish has put into rule, from what I can gather from reading the bill and listening to the wildlife conservation. So with that, if you want to ask me more questions, I had my copy of the bill, but of course it's disappeared at the moment. So,
And Madam Chair, Commissioner Hanson, and maybe I could help you. I have a couple of pointers from it. It's that no person or government entity may use a trap, snare, or wildlife poison to capture, injure, or kill an animal on public land, and that the violation is a misdemeanor with cumulative penalties with each individual trap, snare of application of wildlife poison constituting a single violation. Restitution to a state agency that incurs costs in enforcement of the act may also be imposed by the court upon conviction. It has a bunch of exceptions of things that are authorized by law or okay, and then has a lengthy list of definitions for clarification.
and with that, I would like to, thank you, Manager Miller. I would like to move that we support SB 32, Wildlife Conservation and Public Safety Act.
So I have a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
I have a question.
Commissioner Garcia?
So, Madam Chair, so this is only for public lands, right?
Yes.
And so if I have a lease for 100 cattle on private land and there's an individual bobcat or something that's taking out 20 or 100 of my cattle or a weekend, so this would stop game and fish for allowing any trapping of that, correct?
Actually, if it's proven that the animal is attacking a
Whatever, cow, horse, yeah.
a cow or something, you are allowed to trap that animal.
Okay.
Okay, so I
understand. These bills are just kind of hard because as you know, when they go through the process, that the thing gets amended. Unless you have staff that's there watching you the entire time, it's hard to, and just some. I see. I understand. But okay, it makes sense that it's on public land as well as in if there's a bobcat or something out there that's taking out. So and then the Cowboys individuals, let's just say cattle, then they're okay to trap it. Does it say that in the bill?
yes, it does.
Okay, that's all. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Yes, Commissioner Hughes.
Oh, just real quick, I think this is the bill that was introduced in response to somebody's dog being killed.
It's a completely different bill.
Oh, sorry, different bill.
I mean, it's the same, it might be the same bill, but it's been rewritten. It's like, it doesn't really relate to that bill the way that it has in the past. They're not using that definition of the Roxy law. It really has a lot to do with the rules the Game and Fish have already put into law, and this is codifying from what I can hear and what was explained at the committee.
Okay, well, thanks for that clarification. I just want to make sure I don't run into Commissioner Garcia's bobcat that took out 100 cattle. So,
me too.
Very good. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I'll go to a voice vote. Commissioner Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson.
Enthusiastically, yes.
And Commissioner Hamilton votes yes. Thank you for that. And Manager Miller, we're back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The next one is Senate Bill 93, Broadband Access and Expansion Office. This one I put on here, I was having a conversation with Commissioner Hanson about the legislation that the New Mexico counties was supporting or opposing. She requested I put this one on our list specifically because this is a bill that would appropriate $950,000 from the general fund to the Department of IT for expenditure in fiscal year 22 to establish and operate the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion, and for the hire of up to 5 FTE to support the operation of a broadband office. And I think probably the thing that would apply to us as well is if the I know that the governor is proposing $200 million for broadband expansion in the state. I think this office would be the one responsible for developing a plan for a state broadband plan, coordinating and providing technical assistance to other state and local government institutions, identifying broadband funding opportunities, and applying for federal and non-governmental broadband funding.
Thank you. So is there input, questions, or comments from the commissioners? Commissioner Hanson. I believe you're muted, Commissioner.
Oh,
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I move that we support SB 93 Broadband Access and Expansion Office.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you very much. Is there further discussion from other commissioners? If not, I would like to add that to thank Commissioner Hanson for bringing this up. We all know this commission has been working for years, trying to assist and facilitate the expansion of broadband, and I guess this past year has shown how important it is in terms of equitable functioning across our communities, and it's a very difficult thing to get done. One could only hope having this office would help that. Commissioner Hanson?
Even just listening at this meeting, it is made apparently clear how much broadband access and is needed just in Santa Fe, the city, where we are.
Yeah.
And it is much worse throughout the state of New Mexico. So anything that we can do to improve our broadband access, I think, is really important.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
Commissioner Hamilton votes yes as well. So there's yet another item. Manager Miller?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Last one. Sorry, there was a lot going on legislatively last week, and the phone was ringing quite a bit. And this is one that two of our legislators called about because it was in the local government committee, and we have, I think, 3 or 4 representatives that are on that committee. This is House Bill 26, sponsored by Representative G. Andres Romero, not to be confused with Andrea Romero. This is an Albuquerque representative, not Santa Fe County. And it excludes greenfields from certain taxes. Now, I think a lot of people kind of looked right over it because they thought it was brownfields. No, this is greenfields. And the definition of a greenfield in this bill is an area defined to mean a land area that is primarily undeveloped and not currently served by municipal or county infrastructure, or a project area that would primarily rely on building new structures and infrastructure rather than redevelopment of existing structures and infrastructure. So that's primarily any open land in the county or any area in our SDA 1s that isn't currently already developed. And what the bill does is actually excludes those properties from being eligible for tax increment development districts. So We don't currently have any projects that would, any applications in by any developers looking to create a TID in Santa Fe County. However, what this does is pretty much makes, takes this tool off of the table for counties. It's my understanding this has been tabled, but there's an effort to bring it back with an amendment or a substitute that would only make it Class A counties, which would still include us. From my perspective, I think that this is a tool created in state statute, probably was created close to 20 years ago as an economic development tool in the toolboxes in the toolbox for counties to decide how they want to develop and where they want to focus development within their boundaries. So it would be my recommendation that the commission oppose this bill, even if it gets substituted to include Class A counties only, because it just makes it an uneven playing field. Cities would still have the ability to do TIDs, and Class A counties would essentially not be able to unless they had large areas that were already developed and you were going to do them as a redevelopment.
Thank you. Commissioners, Commissioner Hanson.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I would like to move to oppose this bill. I think some of the examples that have been brought forward is important, and I don't think I need to say more about it unless I agree with Manager Miller.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? I see Commissioner Hughes, who's muted. Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Commissioner
Madam Chair, just
Garcia?
really quick, this is probably an old bill, as Manager Miller said, this is probably for the Bobcat that was way out there in the field that whenever there was nothing out in State Road 14. However, so here's an example is, what about, let's just say the studios. If we wanted to redevelop the studios, does this help us or doesn't help us?
So if this bill, that's an excellent example because it's what I was thinking of. If this bill went through and excluded greenfields or Class A counties greenfields, the developer of the studios, if they wanted to finish developing that 25 acres, they would not be eligible for a TID. And that should actually be up to the commission, as opposed to taking this tool away legislatively. Now, right now, as the law stands right now, if a developer wanted to develop in the county anywhere, for that matter, in our community college district, even Rancho Viejo, if Warren Thompson in the next phase of his development wanted to come to the county commission and look at doing a tax increment development district, you would not have that option if this bill were to go through.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I understand. So I'll take what Manager Miller's, what her recommendation would be. Since there's already a motion, right? So you just need to take.
Yes, there's already a motion for exactly that. So we have a motion by Commissioner Hanson and a second by Commissioner Hughes to oppose this. Commissioner Garcia, I'll press a vote.
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Hanson.
Yes.
And Commissioner Hamilton also votes yes. So if I'm not mistaken, Manager Miller, that finishes 7D and you could go on to 7E. Is that true?
Yes. Madam Chair, I think I would like to turn it over to Greg for this item. Provided his
Thank you.
microphone works.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Manager Miller. I'm going to try and be brief since the issues raised by House Bill 4 have been discussed with the board on multiple occasions and given the public hearings on tonight's agenda. At its January 26, 21 meeting, the Board of County Commissioners gave staff direction concerning House Bill 4, which would enact the New Mexico Civil Rights Act. The general thrust of that direction, as we understood it, was that the board did not oppose protecting New Mexico constitutional rights through the enactment of a bill such as the New Mexico Civil Rights Act. But the board had reservations that the proposed bill went too far and instead should be modeled after the approach taken in the New Mexico Tort Claims Act, which generally strikes a balance between compensating plaintiffs and the need for government to provide essential services for all. And in addition, the board expressed its opinion that the legislature should address the root causes of claims against local law enforcement by dedicating resources to behavioral health prevention and treatment, as well as to improve the operations of the New Mexico Law Enforcement Academy. Staff drafted a resolution to reflect the settlements announced by the board at its January 26, 21 meeting and included it in the packet material for this meeting. In the interim, and more specifically yesterday, the House Judiciary Committee met to discuss House Bill 4 and a proposed committee substitute. And in the event, the House Judiciary Committee recommended that House Bill 4 do not pass, but that its committee substitute do pass. The House Judiciary Committee substitute makes significant changes to House Bill 4 as it was introduced. Most notably, the substitute would be limited to claims for the deprivation of any rights, privileges, or immunities secured pursuant to the Bill of Rights of the New Mexico Constitution. So as introduced, anything was fair game under the New Mexico Constitution. Under the substitute, we're talking about the Bill of Rights only. And that addressed one of the concerns that had been raised about the bill, which is, well, what about the constitutional provision mandating adequate education? In addition, the substitute would include a per claim cap on claims that are brought under the new act, inclusive of the claimant's cost of action and reasonable attorney's fees of $2 million. The substitute would require that cap to be adjusted upward annually based upon the cost consumer price index, and the substitute would preserve common law, judicial, legislative, and other established immunities, but prohibit the assertion of qualified immunity in response to claims of civil right deprivations. And finally, in terms of notable changes, the substitute would prohibit individuals employed by a public body from using the New Mexico Civil Rights Act to pursue a claim arising from the individual's employment by the public body. So in other words, an employee of the county couldn't bring a New Mexico Civil Rights Act claim against the county for matters arising from the employee's employment with the county. The issue before the board is whether the House Judiciary Committee substitute goes far enough to meet the stated objectives of the Board of County Commissioners to ensure that the balanced approach of the New Mexico Tort Claims Act is incorporated into the new Civil Rights Act. And I guess to put a fine point upon it, one can support the general direction of creating a new Civil Rights Act, while also believing that the balanced approach that the legislature adopted some time ago in the New Mexico Tort Claims Act be respected and be carried forward into that new act, so that we don't go too far too fast and potentially expose public bodies to liability that may in fact undercut the ability of a public body to provide and to improve essential services. But that's the policy decision before the board. The county manager and I did work on a revised resolution that was circulated to the board that does account for and recognize the significant changes that the House Judiciary Committee substitute made, while continuing to assert that it doesn't quite go far enough to meet the board's objectives. But again, that's a policy decision for the board to make as to whether or not those changes are enough. So I'd be pleased to answer any questions about the substitute or the revised resolution. And I'd also defer to the county manager if she has anything that she wants to add to that discussion.
County Manager, Manager Miller, do you have anything before I go to the commissioners?
Madam Chair, I don't have anything to add.
So do any commissioners have comments at this point?
I do, Madam Chair.
Sorry,
This is Rudy.
Commissioner Garcia?
Just we did talk about this, and just for the record, the sheriff last time was in favor of this. So has he looked at the new revised resolution she have put together, and also has the revised resolutions been brought to the sponsor of the bill? And then one other thing is qualified immunity. Who determines if it's qualified immunity or not?
Mr. Schaefer, can you address some of that?
Certainly. Mr. Chair, we did not have an opportunity to consult with the sheriff relative to the revised resolution. It does not deviate from the course that the board had set out at the last meeting, but we did not have the opportunity to do that given the short time frame under which we were operating. Number one. Number two, with regard to presenting the draft resolution to the speaker and the other sponsors of the resolution, other sponsors of the bill, no, staff has not done so in terms of providing a draft of the resolution. With regard to the third
Madam Chair,
point,
could I interrupt? Sorry, Greg. While we haven't presented the resolution, the New Mexico counties has presented the concerns that are raised in this resolution and presented those at the committee hearing yesterday when the substitute was proposed. Isn't that correct, Greg? So we didn't hand the resolution to the sponsors, but they did know that the New Mexico Counties Municipal League, Public School Insurance Authority still had these concerns.
Thank you, Manager Miller. Mr. Schaefer?
And the final question was with regard to qualified immunity. Keep it at a high level. Qualified immunity is a doctrine created by federal judges relative to civil rights causes of action brought pursuant to Section 1983 of federal law. Under existing state law, qualified immunity is not a defense to claims brought against law enforcement officers for deprivation of New Mexico constitutional rights. So I hope that answers the question. If we were asserting a defense of qualified immunity, I think the judge hearing that motion would be the one to decide whether or not we were asserting qualified immunity or some sort of other common law immunity. But I think most judges would very clearly understand when qualified immunity was being asserted. I hope that answers your question.
Madam Chair, Attorney Schaefer and Manager Miller, yes, totally answered the questions. Great, because what I wanted it for us to put on the record, because I just want to know that we're actually looking out for the best interests of local government and our local sheriff's department and our law enforcement for city, counties, as well as possibly state. So I just wanted it on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Do other commissioners have input on this? Since they're looking for direction? Commissioner Hanson?
Madam Chair, Manager Miller, do we need to pass this resolution since these items are being brought up by New Mexico counties?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Henson, I think that, well, first of all, the New Mexico counties has asked for our support in these positions. They, as a matter of fact, I think also there is a similar resolution in front of Bernalillo County Commission right now, asking similar questions about still requesting further changes to the bill. That while we appreciate the changes that were made, they don't address all of the concerns that Santa Fe County, as well as other counties and other local governing bodies, I think also the Asakia groups, small local governing bodies had also expressed concerns about yesterday. So from the perspective of whether or not staff, Santa Fe County staff, can still speak to this issue and state that this is still the Santa Fe County's position, yes, we would need you to pass a resolution or give us direction to that effect.
Commissioner Hanson, is that it for the moment, or do you have?
I just, that's it.
Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I think, well, we should definitely give the staff direction and permission to go ahead and ask for the changes to the bill. I mean, I think the most important part of all is the fact that this bill doesn't actually address the root causes of civil rights being violated. As someone who's worked with a lot of homeless people, I know that our behavioral health system in this state is in tatters, and the jails do become de facto mental health institutions, which they're not designed for. And so I think we should really emphasize, that point. And I also like the point about improving operations of the New Mexico Law Enforcement Academy in order to better police our police forces, if that's what's needed. I think we'd much rather see people not have their civil rights violated in the first place than that they get a big payoff after they've been violated, or in the worst case, if they've passed away from something that happened. And, this bill only gets at what happens afterwards. My other suggestion might be for us in this resolution to be really clear about what limits we want. I guess it sort of gets at by saying it should be similar to the Tort Claims Act, but maybe we should say that the limits should be exactly the same as in the Tort Claims Act, so that in the event that we do get someone to pay attention, they know exactly what we want, which I think is what Attorney Schaefer and I talked about earlier today. And I think that was his suggestion, that it exactly mirror the Tort Claims Act, so that we're not throwing too many different things at our insurance companies all at the same time for them to try and figure out.
I actually agree with you and would support a motion to state exactly that and have the county stand for that position. I don't know how. Are you making a motion to that effect, or?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and make that into a motion that we go ahead and pass this resolution with the simple addition that we be very specific about the limits that we want to see that would be exactly the same as the Tort Claims Act.
Well, unless somebody objects procedurally, I'll second that motion. Is there further discussion
Mr. Chair
on this?
and Commissioner.
Mr. Schaefer?
Oh, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, excuse me, and Commissioner Hughes, I obviously defer to the board. I think the language as written, saying that it should include caps on compensatory damages and other procedural safeguards comparable to those in the NMTCA, is adequate for us to be able to carry that message. So with respect, I think that it's covered, but we can add whatever language you think might underscore, that further. So I defer to whatever direction the board wants to give, but I did want to throw those 2
I'm
cents
fine
in for
with
what
that,
it's
but
worth.
I defer to Commissioner Hughes, who made the motion. Would support in either direction.
Madam Chair, if I may, if Commissioner Hughes is going to amend his, is there some way we can also put in there that Santa Fe County's reservations, and in order to look at all the things that Attorney Schaefer just mentioned, because we do have reservations on it, and so we just want to see, we do have reservations on it. We actually want to see if we can work with the bill as it's going through the committee. That's just my thought. Thank you.
Well, I mean, I would love either Manager Miller or Attorney Schaefer to comment on that, but my belief is that's exactly what the memo that's before us that we're supporting or not is intended to do.
So
yes, Commissioner Hughes.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we just change the word comparable to match, to say they match those in the New Mexico Tort Claims Act. But I want to ask Attorney Schaefer if that is problematic to change it to make it more exact that way.
Not a problem at all, Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes. We can make that change without difficulty.
And my second would follow that change.
Thank you. I think that just makes it a little easier to understand for people like me who don't do this all day long.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Commissioner Hanson?
So I have a little bit of a problem with that because the Tort Claims Act hasn't been updated for a really long time, and we're talking about $2 million to $400,000, and so we're not probably going to win on that. And so I would think that we would rather want to do something we could win on, and leaving it a little more vague might give us a little more leverage. I want to just throw that out for discussion.
Commissioner Hughes?
I think that's actually a very good point. I know that when I was talking to Attorney Schaefer earlier today, he made a very good case for trying to match the Tort Claims Act more exactly, but I'm happy to just leave. Maybe we should just leave it the way it is. I think they've put a lot of thought into the way it's worded. So I'll amend my motion back to just leaving it the way it was.
Okay, I will support that because I think it empowers the county to make the case. Although, actually, I think making that case strongly is really important to our to the way this House bill could be pushed to be modified. And I think that's really important in this case. I think it's very, as I said before, I recognize how difficult it is to be portrayed as speaking against civil rights, but that's not what we're doing in the least. we're speaking against the way the law is constructed to be balanced. So but my second will follow you, Commissioner Hughes. So is there further discussion? So we have a motion and a second, and I'll go for a voice vote. Commissioner Hanson?
Yes.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia?
Yes.
And Commissioner Hamilton votes yes. So Manager Miller, does that complete item 7E?
Madam Chair, it does. I think that, sorry for such a long bunch of stuff, but as I said, it was a busy week at the legislature, so a lot of things we wanted to talk to you about. But that does conclude all of my items.
Excellent. Thank you so much for that. It was very productive. That moves us to matters from county commissioners and other elected officials. So first is 8A, matters from county commissioners. I'm sorry, are there any commissioners who would like to speak at this point? Commissioner Hughes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to mention at my last public meeting, we had a lot of participation from the part of my district that goes along Route 14, the San Marcos area. And I think both Commissioner Garcia and I have been invited to attend the annual meeting of the San Marcos Association. It's apparent that, and I think Commissioner Garcia referred to this earlier about some of the problems with water out there, but they're also having problems with their electrical service, their broadband service, of course, and are wanting some attention from the county. So I'm going to attend their meeting and see what they have to say, and we'll bring some stuff back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hughes. Other commissioners? No? From Commissioner Hanson, do you have anything at this point?
I thank you, Madam Chair. I basically think we have covered it. I have spent most of my time at the legislature, so I think that that's all that I have to say. And I also hope that we are going to go on to public hearings after this and consider matters from the county attorney.
I think that I was remiss, and I really apologize. 7E was actually a resolution, and I require a resolution number, and I want to thank our county clerk. So, Madam Clerk, can I get that resolution number?
Yes, Madam Chair, it is resolution number 2021-016.
Thank you so much, and I apologize. I've done that several times tonight. And from myself, I actually just really feel compelled to give a shout out to our Director of Community Services, Rachel O'Connor. You know, we've had some constituent issues that we have recently been interacting with her on, and with all the pressures that department is under right now with COVID and emergency responses and management, she has been so incredibly responsive, and I can't thank her enough for her professionalism, and way beyond that, her ability to just jump right in and handle whatever we throw at her. I'm just hugely impressed and hugely grateful.
I'll second that.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hanson. I just find it very, very impressive and beneficial to our constituents.
I'll third that also. I'm sure her and her entire staff, because our department through this last year has done an excellent job.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Garcia. So that moves us to matters from other elected officials. So Madam Clerk, I can start with you. Do you have anything for tonight?
Well, I would like to mention that we're starting our board of registration, examining who is in an active voter process and sending out a press release around that for transparency purposes. We're watching closely the upcoming special election. That's the seat that's going to be vacated by Deb Holland should she get the nomination to the Department of Interior. And she will resign, and that will trigger a special election, which will be just the precincts in Edgewood that are the CD1 districts. We're also going to be starting an outreach program. So we're interested in how the voters felt around the 2020 election. And so we're going to have some town halls and a survey asking about what kind of information would be sort of, how they'd like information, what kind of information they'd like to see from our office. Which will help us develop our voter outreach plan as well as our constituent services plan and our upcoming website. So that's some of the things we've been working on.
Fabulous. That's quite a bit. Very much appreciated. Treasurer Manzanares, are you still on, and is there anything you would like to bring forward?
Madam Chair, it looks like she may have signed off.
Thank you very much. Very much appreciate her being on. So I can close matters from other elected officials. That takes us to, we have public hearings and we have executive session. Given the hour, I'd be happy if anybody else would like to weigh in on this, but I was thinking we might want to entertain the public hearings first, which is under item 10. Is that, I see a thumbs up from Commissioner Hanson, and
Oh, you're muted, Madam Chair.
I thank you very much. I spazzed, did that right in the middle of talking. I am remiss. I see our sheriff is raising his hand. I very much apologize. Sheriff Mendoza, I didn't realize you were still on. And I can reopen matters from other elected officials by all means.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, and no problem, I'm not wearing my uniform, so it's easy for me to miss on the screen. But
I was just going back and forth and missed you. I so apologize.
no problem. I just wanted to say that the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office is actually celebrating 175-year anniversary this year.
Wow.
The first sheriff was put into office in 1846. It doesn't coincide with Santa Fe County's anniversary or the state's anniversary, but it is the sheriff's anniversary. And so we'll be rolling out a few things for the 175th anniversary. We ordered some commemorative badges that the deputies will be wearing. They have a little bit of a retro look, but we'll be rolling those out and doing hopefully a few other things celebrating 175 years of service, of public service protection, tradition, and honor. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. And congratulations on the anniversary. That's very impressive. I assume we will get inputs on that as we go through the year, through the anniversary year.
Yes, thank you for giving me a minute to present.
Of course, and once again, I was, it can be a challenge to scan back and forth to see who's on because you can't see all the pictures at once, and that was just my mistake during the scan. So if we go to item 10, public hearings, the first case is 10A, case number 21-5000, BW Gas and Convenience Retail. Transfer of ownership of dispenser liquor license number 0946, BW Gas and Convenience Retail, applicant Linda Aiken, agent, request approval of a transfer of ownership of a liquor license The property is located at 2 Avenida del Sur within the Community College District within Section 25, Township 16, Range 8 East. It's in Commission District 5. So if the agenda is correct, we'll have Jose Larrañaga, who's as case manager, begin the presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The applicant is requesting a transfer of ownership of existing liquor license number 0946 to BW Gas and Convenience Retail, LLC. The property is located at 2 Avenidas del Sur within the Community College District. The property is zoned existing neighborhood. Allsup's Convenience Stores Incorporated owns a license at this location and has merged into BW Gas and Convenience Retail LLC. No change to business location or name is being requested. The applicant has a current Santa Fe County business license and a current permit to operate from New Mexico Environment Department. Table 8.44 CCD use table does not allow liquor sales within an existing neighborhood zoning district. However, Allsup's Convenience Store number 346 received county approvals in 1990 and is considered a non-conforming use. The State Alcoholic Beverage Control granted preliminary approval of this request in accordance with Section 60-6B-4 and MSA of the Liquor Control Act. The Liquor Control Act requires the Board of County Commissioners to conduct a public hearing on the request to grant a change of ownership to an existing liquor license. In accordance with the Liquor Control Act, the BCC may disapprove the issuance of the license if the issuance would be in violation of zoning or an ordinance, or the issuance would be detrimental to public health, safety, or morals of the residents of the local option district. Growth Management staff has reviewed this project for compliance with pertinent code requirements and finds the following facts to support the submittal. Chapter 1, Section 1.11.3 validates existing uses which were previously approved by the county prior to enactment of the SLDC, and the applicant has met the state of New Mexico requirements for noticing. Staff recommendation is for approval of a transfer of ownership of a liquor license to be located at 2 Avenida del Sur. Madam Chair, I stand for any questions.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute. I appreciate that. Is there an applicant present who cares to make a statement at this point? Jose, do you know if or Vicky, does anybody know if the applicant cares to make a statement?
Madam Chair, there was supposed to be a representative from Allsup's on the line. They were going to call in. I don't know if they did or not.
If they did and they're attempting to unmute themselves, you'll need to press *6.
Okay, this is Inez Wally.
Okay. Hello. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay,
if you could identify yourself.
Inez Wally. I'm the district manager for the area.
Thank you. Feel free to continue.
Okay, this is just a change of ownership. Nothing will change operationally.
Excellent. Thank you very much. So at this point, and I assume you can be present if there are other questions that come up. I would open. Go ahead, ma'am. At this point, I would go ahead and open public comment on this application. Tessa Jo, in this case, did anybody actually write in to indicate they wanted to make public comment on this particular case, or should we just open the lines and ask if there's anybody present?
No, Madam Chair, no one has signed up for this particular case yet. But yes, we can open the lines, and they can also send me their name in the chat feature, and then I'll create a list and call on them.
So is there anybody on this webinar who cares to comment on this application? I see a box around identified as Joseph Eigner. Are you trying to comment on this, Mr. Eigner?
No.
Okay, I'm sorry.
No.
So if there's anybody who wants to comment on this case, if you're on the webinar, if you could unmute yourself, or you're on the phone, if you could press *6 to unmute yourself and indicate a desire to make a public comment. I don't want to move too fast, but I'm not seeing anybody who's indicating a desire to comment on this case. So I believe I can close public comment and go to the commissioners. Are there any questions that commissioners have or comments they would like to make? And I might start with Commissioner Hughes, since this is in your district.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, but I don't have any questions, as this is just merely a change of ownership.
Thank you, Commissioner Hughes. Are there any other commissioners? Commissioner Hanson.
I would be happy to make a motion for approval, but maybe I would like to also ask Commissioner Hughes if he would like to do that, since it's his district.
Well, thank you. If we are to the point of making a motion for approval.
So there's a motion for approval. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second to approve this application. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk or Attorney Schaefer, do we need an official roll call for the vote from the clerk?
Madam Chair, yes. Current guidance is that all actions of the board should be taken by roll call vote. Whether or not that's done by the clerk or by the chair, I think either is legally sufficient. So whatever is the pleasure of the chair and of Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I defer to you to do the roll call vote. I appreciate it.
Yes, Madam Chair. So this is a roll call to approve a transfer. Madam Chair Anna Hamilton.
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Yes.
Commissioner Garcia.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Is Henry still, is Commissioner Roybal still? Okay, so he is.
I think he's still excused.
Still excused. Okay. So a vote of 4-0, it passes.
Thank you very much. And that completes that item. Thank you everybody who attended and prepared for that. Item 10B was tabled, so we are on to item 10C, which is the case for Las Campanas Conceptual Plan Amendment. Las Campanas Master Association and Verizon Wireless, jointly the applicant, are requesting an amendment of the Las Campanas conceptual plan to allow a stealth wireless communication facility on Lot 5 within the existing planned development district as a permitted use. The applicant is proposing a 70-foot stealth communication facility and its associated switching infrastructure as an allowed use on a proposed bell tower within the Las Campanas Planned Development District. The proposed stealth cell tower will be on parcel 5, which comprises 7.62 acres. The site is located at 366 Las Campanas Drive, and it gives further location information. And I would again turn this over to the case manager, Gabriel Bustos.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On April 14th, 1992, the Board of County Commissioners approved the Las Campanas de Santa Fe Master Development Plan. This approval allowed for large-scale mixed-use development, which included a total of 1,419 residential lots, 2 golf courses, 2 golf course maintenance facilities, a clubhouse with dining facilities, a tennis center, an equestrian center, a sales office, a hospitality house, and a wastewater treatment facility. The prior approvals did not address communication towers as an allowed use. On December 8th, 2015, with the implementation of the Sustainable Land Development Code, the planning envelope associated with the approved master plan for Las Campanas was designated as a planned development district. The applicant is requesting approval of an amendment to the previously approved master plan to allow a stealth communications tower as an allowed use on parcel 5 of the Las Campanas Planned Development District. The location of the tower will reside on the same parcel as the Las Campanas Master Association building. Abutting the site to the northwest and northeast are parcels also owned by the Las Campanas Master Association that are utilized for open space and trails. To the south of the site lies the Caja del Rio water treatment facility. The proposed stealth communication tower will resemble a bell tower. After discussion with members of the community, it was determined by the applicant that a bell tower design would be aesthetically consistent with the architectural style of homes in Las Campanas. If the decision of the Santa Fe County Board of County Commissioners is to approve the conceptual plan to amend the previously approved master plan to allow a stealth communications facility on parcel 5, the applicant will then apply for an administrative site development plan subject to the requirements of Table 10-4, submittal requirements for wireless telecommunication facilities. The applicant had also requested a variance of Section 10.17.8.1 of the SLDC to allow the stealth communications tower to be 70 feet in height, which exceeds the height limit of 27 feet allowed in a PD zoning district. This request was denied by the Planning Commission. Per the SLDC, the Planning Commission makes the final decision on variances. The applicant has indicated that upon approval of a final order by the Planning Commission, they intend to appeal the decision of the height variance, which will be presented to the Board of County Commissioners at a later date. The request to the Board of the County Commissioners at this time is solely for the conceptual plan. The applicant has responded to the conceptual plan review criteria, and staff has commented on the applicant's response to the criteria. Building and Development Services staff has reviewed this project for compliance with the pertinent SLDC requirements and has found that the facts presented support the request for a conceptual plan amendment to allow a stealth communications tower as an allowed use on parcel 5 within the Las Campanas Planned Development District. The proposed use is a permitted use within a planned development district as per Appendix B, use matrix, and the application satisfies the submittal requirements set forth in the SLDC, inclusive of criteria set forth in Section 4.9.9. Staff has established findings that this application for an amendment of the conceptual plan to allow a stealth communications tower as an allowed use on parcel 5 within the Las Campanas Planned Development District is in compliance with the criteria set forth in the SLDC. recommendation. The decision of both the hearing officer and the planning commission were to recommend approval of an amendment to the conceptual plan to allow the proposed stealth communications tower as a permitted use within the Las Campanas Plan Development District to be located on Lot 5, which comprises 7.62 acres, subject to staff's recommended conditions. Staff supports the request for a conceptual plan amendment, but would recommend that condition 1 be modified. The condition was based on an early iteration of the application in which the applicant was proposing the use of a stealth facility in multiple locations. The applicant has since decided to request approval for a stealth facility on parcel 5 only. Staff recommends approval of the conceptual plan amendment to allow the proposed use of a stealth communications tower on parcel 5, subject to the following conditions, which identifies the recommended modification to the language in condition number 1. Madam Chair, may I enter the following conditions into the record?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Also, Madam Chair, I just wanted to clarify that many of the public comments received are about the variance request, and this hearing tonight is only about the conceptual plan amendment. If the variance is appealed by the applicant, there will be a separate hearing where the public can comment on the height variance. Thank you, Madam Chair. I now stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. Is the applicant present and desiring to make a statement at this time?
Yes, please.
Thank you. If you would identify yourself and proceed.
Certainly. My name is Robert Kiley. I chair the Las Campanas Cellular Committee. And also joining us this evening is Amy McKenzie of Black and Beach, who represents Verizon Wireless. I'll provide some background information, and then Amy will talk about some of the details of the actual cell tower. And this is a joint application between the Las Campanas Master Association and Verizon Wireless.
Excuse me, Mr. Kiley, may I swear you in, sir?
Oh, certainly.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Sure, thank you. Thank you, Case Manager Bustos, for giving the background on this. And I'd also like to thank the board for considering this. And feel free to ask me any kind of questions. And I also like to thank the residents of Las Campanas and the neighboring communities for participating tonight. And I encourage you to comment at the right time. But as Case Manager Bustos mentioned, please let's keep this to the conceptual plan change application, because the height variance will be addressed at a future time. So please let's stick with the matter at hand. So back in the early 1990s, as Mr. Bustos mentioned, the Las Campanas conceptual plan was drawn up. And back then, cell service was really just in its infancy. The developer at the time, Lyle Anderson, was a visionary in many ways, but he really didn't have vision of what was going to happen in the cellular industry. And in fact, at that time, I was working in leading edge telecommunications technology, and I didn't even own a cell phone. So the cell towers were not in the conceptual plan that we're asking for the change in today. So since that's happened, of course, cell phones have become ubiquitous. The iPhone came out in 2007, and many people are cutting the cord, and they're really going to a cell phone as their primary and only means of communication. So I've been an owner in Las Campanas for 27 years now, since the very beginning. And I moved here 8 years ago, full time, after a 3-decade career in international telecommunications management. And one of the first things that you notice when you come to the Las Campanas area, either as an owner, a visitor, employee, or whatever, is the service is really terrible. I mean, literally the service in the outskirts of Tegucigalpa is better than the service here in Santa Fe County. So when I heard that there was a cell committee that had been formed, then I volunteered and they made me chair. So we didn't just run out and talk to cell companies and say, let's put up a tower. We really want to have community input. So not just from Las Campanas, but from the neighboring communities. So we did a pretty intensive survey, and we got 401 responses from
Las Campanas owners, and we also got 158 responses from neighboring communities, including Aldea, Camino de Rey, Colinas Verdes, El Prado, La Serena, La Tierra Preciosa, La Villa Escondida, Los Sueños, Rancho de los Niños, Sonrisa, Tierra de Oro, Vallecito de la Tierra, and Villa de Estrellas. So we got 158 responses from them. And what did we find out? We found basic things like about 69% of the people use Verizon and about 22% use AT&T, which is important when you're deciding which cellular carrier to go with. But we also found out that the vast majority have problems with their cell coverage. They had drop calls, dead zones, low or no data rates. And they also told us that it's a security issue and it's really a safety issue, more than just convenience. It's a safety and health issue. And so a supermajority of the respondents were open to a cell tower, even though they know that it would be in some of their sight lines. So with this mandate, we started talking to the cell companies, AT&T, Verizon, a little bit to T-Mobile at the time. We had some criteria. We wanted to have the maximum coverage to include not only Las Campanas, but neighboring communities, some of the hiking trails, some of the equestrian trails, and then the major thoroughfares in the area. We also wanted a stealth design to match the Southwest architecture in the area. Optimally, it'd be a bell tower because Las Campanas is the bells, which makes a little bit of sense. We wanted a minimal impact on sight lines, although we know any tower will have some impact on sight lines. And we wanted the minimum height to provide adequate coverage. And we also wanted space for 2 carriers on the tower because one is kind of a mandatory requirement from the county, at least what we were told. And secondly, just to provide coverage to the people who need it. So after talking to multiple carriers, we chose Verizon because one, they had a very creative team that came up with a design for the tower. And secondly, they're just easier to work with than some of the other carriers. So we've been very happy with Verizon. We signed a contract not quite a year ago. So after looking at about a dozen sites in the area, we finally decided upon a site that's adjacent to the existing Las Campanas owners building. And then next to that is the maintenance facility. It provides a good coverage from that tower. And it also has existing power, fiber optic cable, has parking, it has security, and it has some impact on sight lines, but it's fairly minimal at that point. To the west of this site is BLM land and the Santa Fe National Forest and the Camino Real de Tierra Dentro hiking trail that Santa Fe County spent almost $500,000 to put in. I love that trail. I hike it all the time. But unfortunately, the cell coverage out there is very minimal, which causes some safety and security issues. But it's a great place to go, and I recommend if you haven't been out there, please do that. As Case Manager Bustos mentioned, about 500 yards to the south is a Buckman water treatment plant, and so this tower would provide excellent coverage to the treatment plant and to a lot of the pipelines nearby. Just to the north of the location. And Amy will show you a little bit more in her part about where the location is. Just to the north is the Las Campanas Water and Sewer Treatment Plant and the agronomy building and a dog park. And then to the east is undeveloped land. So it's really over half a mile. It's about 900 yards to the nearest home from that position that we recommend that we put a cell tower in. So we held a pre-application neighborhood meeting back in July 14th. We had 114 attendees. Everyone there who commented was supportive. We did have one objection. How can we move this process ahead faster? So, there's one in every crowd. So we submitted the application to the county staff on July 27th of last year. Following the application, the county staff recommended in favor of the change to the conceptual plan to allow the cell tower as an allowed use. We had the hearing officer WebEx on November 12th. There are 10 members of the public testified. No one testified against it. The majority of the people who testified said that it was a safety and a security issue, and they were concerned for their safety and security without adequate cell coverage. And the hearing officer's conclusion was the application meets the requirements of the SLDC applicable to amendment of the Las Campanas conceptual plan and should be approved. We also had the Planning Commission WebEx that was held January 21st, and many people testified at that. No one testified against the cell tower, and the Planning Commission recommended approval of the conceptual plan change to allow a cell tower as an approved use. As Mr. Case Manager Bustos mentioned, we will come back to the County Commission at a future date to discuss the height of the tower and the variance thereof, but we're not going to talk about that tonight. So if you happen to look in your packet and looking at your agenda, you had a lot to review before this meeting, but there have been over 400 letters in support of this cell tower and only about 5 against. So many of the letters talked about convenience, it talked about working at home, pandemic issues, 21st century communications issues, but many talked about safety and security and the ability to connect to emergency services, the ability to contact 911, the ability to talk to their doctor or to a nurse. And as you probably know, the median age in Santa Fe County overall is about 47 years, but the median age in Las Campanas is about 68 years. And it's probably the same in the communities that surround Las Campanas. So there's just definitely more of a need for health-related communication services in this area. And just real briefly, I just want to read you a couple of these excerpts of a couple of the letters, and they're all public information. They're on the website that have been loaded by county staff. And here's one. My chief concern is the ability to contact emergency services on my cell phone when I'm away from home. My home booster, especially when hiking. There's no service out here, and that's become obvious while hiking and coming upon bikers who've been injured. A friend just suffered a heart attack. If this had happened out while walking with no phone service, he might have died. This is a critical service. This is another interesting letter to some of you who are active in this, but those of us who are active members of the Santa Fe Search and Rescue Team must have immediate cell access to support search and rescue missions, most of which are life and death situations that require immediate team response. So far this year, that was November of last year, we've had 139 missions, and I personally have missed the emergency response notification on multiple occasions because of the lack of this essential cell phone service in this area. And here's the final one I'm going to read today. And I wanted to briefly explain why I would like your support on this project. Back in February, my mother entered hospice and passed away a few days later. Cell reception is so poor in our neighborhood that I had to drive around in my car to carry on a conversation with my family. So this is what we're up against out here. And it's a very important issue to Las Campanas owners. And, you know, there are 950 homes out here. So that means about 1,900 people. And there are also about 800 club memberships. And that means about 1,600 people. Now, there's a lot of overlap in there, and they're separate organizations, but we're in lockstep on this application. But it's not just Las Campanas owners that need this service. The neighboring communities that I mentioned, also the Owners Association has about 50 employees that are in various parts of the area at various times. The club has over 100 employees, and with over 60 homes currently in construction and 20 major remodels, any given weekday, there are between 500 and 800 people in Las Campanas in the construction trades. And when they come out here, you know, they live all over Santa Fe County, but they work here in Las Campanas on these construction projects. Most of the time they're younger. They have families, sometimes multi-generational families. So when they come to Las Campanas during the day, the only way they have to communicate with their family is via a cell phone. And without the coverage, they're basically cut off. And anytime it's an issue, but especially in the pandemic, we really shouldn't be in the situation where we don't have modern cell service out here. And really now is the time we can make it happen. So I hope I've been able to adequately communicate to you that in the areas out here and the adjacent areas and the employees and the tradespeople, we're very much in favor of this. I've never seen a project with so much community support as this. And I hope I've been able to help you understand this, not just a Las Campanas issue. It is a Las Campanas issue, but it's a broader issue than that. So that's where I conclude my part. If you have any questions, I'll entertain them. Or also, I'd be happy to turn it over to Amy McKenzie, who will present a little bit of detail about the tower itself. Thank you.
I think we want to do the presentations before we do questions, and feel free to turn it over. Amy, I think you have to be sworn in as well. If you could identify yourself and.
Yep. I'm Amy McKenzie.
Ms. McKenzie, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. We were contacted by Las Campanas. It's been a little over a year ago, we being Verizon Wireless, about an opportunity to provide better service to Santa Fe County. And after doing the analysis and running the numbers and running the data, we realized this really is a very underserved part of Santa Fe County. And we could definitely make a big difference in this area. And so when we put our proposal together and looked at the SLDC, Santa Fe County does encourage public and private investment in communications infrastructure to ensure both fast, reliable wireless service communications for its residents, business, and emergency responders, and to advance the county's economic and community development interests and goals. And with a cell tower, it would significantly improve the quality and reach of wireless service to Verizon customers in this underserved area of the county, and it would allow for development of communications. And the county already does allow in plan development districts a communication tower as a permitted use. Our problem, or Las Campanas' problem, is just, this was back in the 90s and wireless service was not, it was in its infancy, so it wasn't really taken into consideration. So that's why we're here asking for this change. As far as the structure itself that we're doing, we did a design in keeping in mind with the Santa Fe architecture, and we also kept in mind with the SLDC that we were proposing a structure that could be co-locatable by a second carrier. So again, this would reduce the number of towers, so that we wouldn't have tower proliferation in this area. And I believe, and if I'm permitted, I can show you what the structure would look like if I can share my screen. Is that okay?
Yes, by all means.
Okay, thanks. Hopefully you can see that.
Yes.
Okay, terrific. So this is the Las Campanas Homeowners Association at 366 Las Campanas. Obviously the tall structure is the stealth structure that we were proposing. Just so you can have an idea of how it's set up. At this top window area would be where Verizon Wireless antennas would go. In the lower section of the top tier would be where a second carrier would go. And I know Las Campanas has already been talking to AT&T about that second spot. This spot, the center, if you want to call it, doesn't have any equipment. And then this lower portion right here, the 8-foot wall, is where our ground equipment is hidden. So that's what the structure looks like. And if you bear with me, I can also show you a photo simulation. I've got to swap it over a little bit better, so give me 1 second. Okay, I'm going to try and share. Okay. So give it a second. So this is a photo simulation. Sorry, all the pop-ups freak me out every time. All right, so this would be a north elevation looking south right now. And this area back here, that's Las Campanas, 366 Las Campanas. With the structure added, Come on, page. Sorry. So that's what you would see looking south. You would see the top section. And again, I know we're not talking about height right now, but this would be at a proposed height of 70 feet. Okay, this is Las Campanas, again, 366. And this is the east elevation looking west. And with the addition, this is what it would look like. And then I've got one last view. So this is the last view, and this is the southeast elevation looking northwest. And again, it's nice and beigey, but you can see Las Campanas right here. And that is what the structure would look like looking northwest. And again, this is a proposed height of 70 feet. There are, as Robert mentioned earlier, there's no homes in that area, so it's not something that the average person would, look out their back window and see. That really the only folks that would see the tower are folks driving on Las Campanas on the road. So that is essentially what it looks like. We have met the criteria from the SLDC to have this approved. And I just stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. I think it's appropriate if commissioners have questions for these two presenters. I thought we would then have discussion and comments after the public hearing portion. So if the commissioners are amenable to that process, are there any questions for the presenters?
Madam Chair, this is Rudy. I have some questions.
Commissioner Garcia?
Interesting background, very good background of the gentleman that actually gave a talk about Las Campanas, and there was nothing out there back in 1992. And they came in and they got master plan approval, and they questioned everything that you talked about and where we've come in the age of technology today. Sorry, I have to sit down. The age of technology today, and I certainly understand the technology issues. And so a couple of things. So the co-locate, have we already talked to another cell tower business as in to a co-locating on here? One question. And then also a couple of questions. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, if I can answer, you want me to answer that now or after you ask your second question, however you like it, sir?
You can answer them both, Michelle.
So on the co-location, we talked to T-Mobile, who was at the time getting ready to go through an integration with Sprint, and they didn't have a lot of interest. And we also talked to AT&T. I went to a number of places with AT&T and at sometimes with their consultant to look at various locations. We did make the decision to go with Verizon as the tower builder, but we're still talking to AT&T. They're very interested in going on the tower, but they're not going to make a commitment until we have final approval for a tower tall enough to accommodate them, as well as Verizon on the top. The nice thing about AT&T that they bring with them is they bring FirstNet capability. And FirstNet is a first responder nationwide network that was designed after the events of 9/11, when they found out that various first responder entities couldn't communicate with one another. So AT&T has a nationwide deployment plan for that, and they would be happy to go on this tower and provide that first responder FirstNet capability if we go forward with it. I believe you're muted, Commissioner Garcia.
This is once again, I appreciate the. It's just interesting how Las Campanas has just come from since 1992, and Vicki, you can attest to this. Remember Joe Cadnack when he reviewed that stuff? It was just many years ago, and it just seems like yesterday. However, the co-location is what I'm interested in, is because are we going to have 3 or 4 different carriers out there, 3 or 4 different towers in the future? Because I know sometimes carriers want to carry their own equipment on their own tower. So that's kind of where I'm going with the question. Also, in regards to for staff, right now we're actually going to approve just the location of a tower location, not height, correct?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that is correct. Excuse me.
We're actually approving, can you expand on that, Mr. Bustos? Because are we approving, approving a cell tower as a permitted use? Or are we also approving the location specifically?
Madam Chair, this the application that's being presented is specific to parcel 5 in Las Campanas. So it is, I guess, for this specific site.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, also, so the reason why is because back when they did the master plan in 1992 and have since then completed it, it never allowed for a location for a cell tower, right? In a nutshell?
Right.
Yes.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia, that is correct.
Thank you.
And then also, is there a copy of the, I don't have my packet stuff, is there a copy of the actual survey plan where I can look at the larger picture of the master plan and where exactly lot 5 is? Does anybody have that available?
We
I
have.
can show it on my screen.
Sure.
It might not be the entire parcel, but it shows the parcel where it will be located, but I'm not sure it shows all of Las Campanas. She'll pull up that one parcel, and I can explain to you, it's at the very far end of Las Campanas, about 500 yards north of the Buckman water treatment plant.
This is, I'm going to share the site plan. It's not a big picture, but I think you'll get the gist of it. So this is the turn on Las Campanas. This is the parking lot, and this is the building. And if you see a little bit bigger of a picture, this is the set. This is where we're at right here.
This is the furthest, most western end of the property of Las Campanas, right? The master plan area?
Exactly.
I'm just trying to get my bearings. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
that's correct.
So then, Madam Chair, so then the property to the south here is actually kind of BLM land and where Marty Town just links to Santa Fe, is correct?
Correct.
All right, I just want to get my brains. Okay, so once again, we're actually just looking at the location that where it's going to be located at. So I understand. I have no further questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Hanson, I thought I saw your hand up.
Thank you, Robert, and thank you, Amy. I just want to mention, Madam Chair, I just want to mention that this is a conceptual plan amendment as what we are voting on tonight. And that as Robert said earlier, Lyle Anderson didn't think about cell phone towers in 1992. So,
you know,
we'll be here. So that's why we're adding this to the conceptual.
Can everybody who's not speaking please mute? I appreciate it.
So I just want, and for Commissioner Garcia, this is just a little bit west of the end of Calle del Rio Road and Las Campanas Drive. So that is where the Homeowners Association building is located.
Okay. You have more, Commissioner Hanson?
No, I just wanted to make that comment before we went to public hearing.
Thank you very much.
Just one thing I guess I'm not Madam Chair, if I may, just have this, it's like a nice chill because like I said, I worked with the county for many years. And Lyle Anderson, I remember Lyle Anderson, on opening day, they had Jack Nicholas and his son were actually, they take you around the golf course. So this is why we actually built this hole this way, because you look at the views and you look this way and this way, and it was pretty nice. But I understand now the conceptual and the location. So thank you.
Thank you. So if we have no other technical questions for the presenters, we should move to public comment. It appears there are quite a few people here. I'm not sure. Tessa Jo, do you actually have a list, or are we going to simply unmute and take people in whatever order they present themselves? And Danielle,
Madam Chair,
I think. Go ahead.
Sorry about that. We do have one person who has signed up to speak. If there's anybody else, they can identify themselves and I will create a list and we can go in that order if you'd like.
That would be good. I see some people raising their hands. I see Tim Gavin, but I'm going to leave this process up to you.
Okay.
Tessa Jo.
I do see Tim Galvin.
They can put their names in the chat.
Yeah, you can also write your names in the chat.
Thank you. I see that. So Tessa Jo, while you write down the names from the chat, there are quite a few people. I think I would like to limit this to 2 minutes per comment. And I want to, as per usual, like to minimize to the extent possible repetitive comments because, once the information is passed, we get it. And I very much appreciate that the presenters mentioned this, but I want to reiterate that what we're dealing with tonight is the conceptual plan and revision of the conceptual plan and not tower height. So we would like the comments to be constrained to the issue of revising the conceptual plan. We'll take other comments in the future when the other matter comes before us. Commissioner Hanson?
I was just going to suggest that if people wanted to, who are here to speak, they could possibly use the reaction button and put a thumbs up if they're in favor, and that would also give you an idea of how many people are also in favor of this process. It's just a way to
well, some people are already doing that, and that's a very interesting thought. I would not have thought of that. But we're still going to go through the process of allowing them to speak.
Of course.
That's a great, it's a very entertaining idea. So Tessa Jo, at the point that you have a handle on the list, if you would care to start with the first person, and if we could put up a 2-minute timer.
Okay, Madam Chair, is it okay if I read through the list to make sure that I've captured everyone who would like to speak?
Feel free, and when we're finished with the list, we can also ask if we've missed anybody.
Okay, great. I have Howard Alpern, Tim Galvin, Jan Watson, Al Antonez, the user C Monday, and Margaret Hoban. Are there any other additional people who would like to comment? If you would either unmute yourself or type your name into the chat.
I saw John Flynn also, Tessa Jo.
And I apologize, it's more cumbersome to get the process rolling on a WebEx, and really appreciate everybody's cooperation. We really do want to hear everybody's comments. Okay. Tessa Jo, please start with the first person and we can proceed through.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first speaker is Howard Alpern.
Mr. Alpern, may I swear you in, sir?
Mr. Halpern, if you could unmute, that would be good.
Thank you.
Mr. Alpern, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I'm Howard Alpern. Don't represent Verizon, AT&T, don't represent Las Campanas, the Homeowners Association, not a member of any committees. I'm just a very concerned citizen. The cell service in this area is pitiful. Calls are dropped all the time. The main problem is it is a safety concern. I am a cyclist. I cycle with lots of people who come from town to come out to the Las Campanas area. You can't get cell service through most of Las Campanas. It's scary. I want to emphasize one thing. We keep talking about Las Campanas. This is in Las Campanas. Las Campanas is trying to get this done, but it's not for Las Campanas. This is for all the citizens in Santa Fe County, and all the people who come visit here, all the people who work out here, hundreds of them every day. They need this service. It's a safety concern. I found it very interesting that the commissioners today decided to support, I think it was Senate Bill 93, concerning a broadband plan for the state. Well, here we are right in our backyard, and we don't have 21st century communications. We need to do something about it. And government needs to work for the people. That's why you're elected. And we would expect that anyone who recognizes that the state needs a broadband plan recognizes that Santa Fe County needs 21st century communications. Thank you very much for letting me speak for 1 minute and 59 seconds.
Thank you very much. Tessa Jo, the next person.
Madam Chair, the next speaker will be Tim Galvin.
Mr. Galvin?
Mr. Galvin, I believe you may need to unmute as well.
Hello?
Now we can hear you.
Mr. Galvin, may I swear you in, sir?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for giving me the time, first of all. I just want to ask you as a concerned citizen to vote yes on it. And it's really, the central word here is safety. Safety for not just the residents of Las Campanas, but safety of everyone around who is using their cell phones, not just for yakety yak or Twitter, but for an illness, to phone 911, and then even for essential things like contractors who get lost out here, and the contractors who work here as well. The one positive thing about this is that it's being located in Las Campanas. We're not shuffling it off on somebody else in their backyard. So it's in our backyard, which is, you know, a nice thing. And then I think the biggest thing is that Robert pointed out is search and rescue feels that they need it as well. Let's see, other things. Oh, I would really strongly urge you to drive out there to the Las Campanas Homeowners Association building and take a look around and see how little there are really no homes within not just rock throwing distance, within walking distance. It's very far to the other homes. So it's not like we're sticking a cell tower next to somebody else's neighborhood and, you know, we and the other people are getting the benefit for it. So for those reasons, I would ask you, all of you, to vote yes on this proposal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Galvin. Tessa Jo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our next speaker will be Jan Watson.
Ms. Watson?
Yes, thank you.
Yes. May I swear you in, ma'am?
Yes, please.
Do you swear or affirm that your testimony will be the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I'd like to affirm everything that's already been said, but I'd also like to point out a couple of other things as well. I live less than 2 miles away from the proposed site, and I know I won't be able to see the tower, no matter what height it is. But most days, I am lucky if I have one bar for maybe 75% of the day. Other days, I don't have service for at least half of the day. This is really a critical issue. My house is less than 7 years old, and it's not even wired for a hard line. So I really depend on my cell service to get a hold of anybody. It's a safety and security issue. My mother is in assisted living. I need to be on call for her all of the time. Other people have talked about the contractors that come out here, but it's not just them. It's FedEx, it's UPS, it's other delivery services, it's the postal service. They all have the same problems that the residents have. I have a neighbor that, a good friend that lives in La Serena that, you know, less than 10 minutes away from me. We cannot talk on our cell phones because both of our connections keep getting dropped all of the time. So this is really a Santa Fe County issue. It is really not just a Las Campanas issue. And I hope that the commissioners will agree that this is the right thing to do. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Watson. Tessa Jo?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our next speaker will be Al Antones.
Good evening. Thank you, Tessa. Good evening, commissioners.
Mr. Antones, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I live at 8 Avenida Herrera. I'm also the general manager of the club at Las Campanas on 132 Clubhouse Drive. Our club has the only Audubon certified sanctuary golf courses in New Mexico. We've been working with New Mexico State University, the USGA, Toro, and Rainbird develop subsurface irrigation technology for long-term sustainability. Our club's been working collaboratively with the county and city staff on long-term water sustainability issues. Our members and staff are not able to speak to colleagues and collaborate. They're not able to call for help if they're on property or experience an emergency. Our members aren't able to. We have over 200 employees that we are unable to communicate with just across from one side of the clubhouse down to our agronomy building and our facilities building. We strongly urge you to approve the change to the Las Campanas conceptual plan to permit a cell tower as an allowed use. The conceptual plan is supported by the Las Campanas Master Association, the county staff, Mr. Richard L. C. Virtue, the hearing officer, and the planning commissioner. Hearing Officer Virtue stated, the application meets the requirements of the SLDC applicable to the amendment of the existing Las Campanas conceptual plan and should be approved. The variance application meets the requirements of the SLDC applicable to an approval. And should be approved. What's interesting is Marty Sanchez is at our exact same elevation. I think it's 6,464 feet. This location would also be at 6,464 feet. In between, there's a rise in between there. So it's 2.5 miles from Marty Sanchez to our property, and we can't even call them on a cell phone. Earlier this evening at 4:04, there was an Amber Alert. I have yet to receive that message. So it's 6:44 right now. I'll probably get it on my way home. So that's just one example today that happened, that you get the calls, but we don't, based on where you're located. So thank you for your consideration, and appreciate all the time today. It's been a long day.
Thank you very much. Tessa Jo.
Chair, our next speaker is Chip Monday.
Yes, I'm ready to be sworn.
Mr. Monday, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, thank you for allowing this public input to this very important discussion. In all transparency, I am the General Manager of the Las Campanas Master Association, but I am also a resident of the Roybal subdivision, which is roughly a mile south of the intersection of Cal del Rio and Las Campanas Drive, pretty much adjacent to the Marty Sanchez golf course. So a lot of has been said about how this would benefit those people. There additionally, that across the road from Cal del Rio, from where I live, there is a trailhead on the Camino Real Trail, and there is no cell service once you get a couple of 100 yards into that trail at all. And there's a lot of people that use that trail. There's a lot of people that would benefit, that use the public recreational facilities up and down Cal del Rio, including, depending on how this goes forward, it could reach as far as potentially towards Diablo Canyon. And these are areas that we all use and cherish, but we all are getting older and we all need to have a keen eye on health and safety issues, and this cell tower could help us immensely. There is undoubtedly questions about whether or not this is a great location. One of the things that hasn't come up, and I know Commissioner Garcia did bring it up, is it is in a low spot in topographically, but if we located this tower further east or in a different location, it could require us to, or the providers to, reduce the power of the associated towers to our east, and that would not benefit the county residents at all. And we hope that this project goes forward and we can provide a true asset to the entire county of Santa Fe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Monday. Tessa Jo.
Next on the list is Margaret Hoban.
Yes. Ms. Hoban, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give us will be the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I have little more to say than has been said already, but I am a single woman living in Santa Fe, New Mexico, and I have no cell coverage whatsoever. When my Comcast system goes down, which I have to admit is quite often, I have no home service either. I'm only asking you all to think about the safety of so many residents out in this area, and of all of the people who walk the trails that are not residents of Las Campanas. This is really not about Las Campanas. This is truly about a community and an area in Santa Fe that requires the safety of cell phone coverage going forward. So I live very, very close to the homeowners association, and I will not see that tower unless I go to the dog park. And the way they've designed it, I'm happy to have it there. And I'm hoping that you all understand the need for bringing this safety into this community for our EMS people, our residents, and all of the people who travel in and around this area in need of cell coverage. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoban. Tessa Jo.
John Flynn.
Mr. Flynn?
Thank you. I'm sorry. I was trying to get it unmuted.
Okay. Mr. Flynn, do you swear or affirm the testimony you're going to give is the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
My name is John Flynn. For the last 2.5 years, more or less, I have served as a member of the board of the Homeowners Association here in Las Campanas, and recently wrapped up a short tour as president of the board. I also chair the Community Affairs Committee and have chaired that committee for over 2 years. And I can tell you that to a person, everyone with whom I've spoken is strongly in favor of this change to the conceptual plan, primarily for all the reasons that the speakers before me have laid out. So I would urge the commission to vote favorably on this change to the conceptual plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Flynn. Tessa Jo?
Madam Chair, that was the last person on our list thus far. Is there anyone else who would like to testify? If you would like to testify, please unmute yourself or send your name to me in the chat box.
So hearing no one, and so far seeing no one, unless I believe we can probably close the public.
Yes, I believe that
hearing.
concludes the public testimony.
Thank you very much. So we're going to close the public hearing on this. And at this point, be appropriate to go to the commissioners. And I think since this is in your district, Commissioner Hansen, I would start with you if there are comments or questions. Commissioner Hansen?
I want to, first of all, and most importantly, thank all the constituents from Las Campanas and the surrounding areas for coming and testifying and taking the time out of your schedule to be here, because I believe that this is an important thing for our community. As the commission knows, I have supported broadband. I continually ask for fiber for my district, which seems to be exorbitantly expensive. And so therefore, this is really a great solution. And if I may, Madam Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve this for the conceptual plan.
Thank you. So there's a motion, and do I have a second? Commissioner Hughes? So there's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion? Any commissioners?
I have a question.
Garcia?
This is for staff. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for staff also. And is there any story poles out there? The story poles as in that, looks quite pipes as into how high it's going to look like?
It's okay, Coco.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Garcia.
What's that?
We have not put any story poles up. The only type of visualization that we've seen are the photo simulations that were presented by Ms. McKenzie.
I would just add, I thought the photo simulation. Go ahead, Commissioner Garcia.
No, I know how photo simulations work, but I know we're not at that point. I guess it's kind of a mute point. But thank you, staff. Thank you once again, everybody, for having and watching our entire meeting today. It's great to see our taxpayers watch our meetings.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Can I just get clarification if the motion included the recommended conditions from staff, including the modification to condition number 1?
Madam Chair and Vicki, it's nice to see you. And of course, and thank you for your for always reminding us that we needed to add the conditions. We appreciate that. So yes, my motion does include your conditions.
And Commissioner Hughes, does your second include that?
Yes, definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Hansen, did you have more?
Just that I see this as something that's really important for not only District 2, but for the entire county. And I really want this to pass, and I am wholeheartedly in support of this.
Thank you. Interestingly, you guys, you have one commissioner who's in search and rescue and one commissioner who's a firefighter, and communication issues are a very big deal. So, if there is no further discussion, Madam Clerk, do we have a motion and a second? Can you do a roll call?
Yes, Chair, Madam Chair. So this is
Yes.
a vote for the conceptual plan amendment with the staff recommendations. So Mark Henry, Chair Robel as excused. Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Yes.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
All right, 4-0, it's approved.
I love that you can get the, what did you call them? The clapping hand, Commissioner Hansen? I don't remember what those are called. People putting up the clapping hands and whatnot. That's great. Emojis. Okay, got it. Well, thank you very much. Thank you everybody for coming out and for sticking it out till the somewhat later hour. Really very much appreciate all the community participation. So at this point, that this item is completed, and we would be going back to item number 9, which involves executive session. Before we do that, I would have a quick question. Thank you very much, everybody. Are there any questions? I imagine probably staff has stuck around till the bitter end. Are there any questions commissioners have of staff for reports or anything of that nature? If not, perhaps they could also feel free to depart. I don't see anybody raising their hand madly. The other thing I would ask before I ask Attorney Schaefer to tell us what we would be going into executive session for, my question is that there are items we would have to come back into regular session for. Do we need to retain a representative from the clerk's office to be present when we come back? So, Mr. Schaefer, can you just speak to the process we need to go through?
Madam Chair, it certainly wouldn't be inappropriate for a representative of the clerk's office to stay. I believe in the past, when there have been action items after an executive session, however, we have managed those with staff and with the court reporter so as not to overburden the clerk's office. So I think either works and either would be appropriate, and I'd really defer to the clerk.
I would defer to the clerk as well, Madam Clerk. That's entirely your call.
Yes, I would like to send my staffer Estrella home. She does have quite a bit of a drive.
That's totally.
I think the clerk should actually stay.
Well, I'm
just joking.
I just need to be texted when you're done with executive session. I'm happy to stay, but I would like with the longest drive to head home.
Yes, I think that's quite appropriate. We just didn't give Commissioner Garcia enough hassle about his bobcat and whatnot.
No, when it starts getting late, we have to start.
I know. I know.
Keeping ourselves awake because it's good though. Like Commissioner Hughes, look at that smile Commissioner Hughes has.
Yeah, I think we should send Catherine home too. She looks hungry.
Yes, I agree.
I am technically home right now, so
okay.
I'm fine.
Thank you. So Attorney Schaefer, if you could continue and tell us what we would be going into executive session for.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At the outset, there is a separate executive session WebEx meeting invite that has been sent around, so we will be exiting this meeting. to go into executive session. We'd be looking for a motion to go into executive session pursuant to the following authority and to discuss the following items. Discussion of bargaining strategy, preliminary to collective bargaining agreement negotiations between the Board of County Commissioners and collective bargaining units as allowed by Section 10-15-1H5, NMSA 1978. Threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 10-15-1H7, NMSA 1978. And discussion of the purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights as allowed by Section 10-15-1H8, NMSA 1978, including 1, disposition of open space property within the city limits of the city of Santa Fe. 2, discussion of bargaining strategy, preliminary to collective bargaining negotiations with the NMCPSO union. 3, breach of settlement agreement and related agreements related to annexation. And 4, Santa Fe 330 Investments LLC versus County of Santa Fe et al. Cause number D101 CB 2016-00008.
Thank you, Attorney Schaefer. So I would entertain a motion. Commissioner Hanson?
I move we go into executive session to discuss the items that Attorney Schaefer brought forward.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, can we have a roll call vote?
I'm gonna excuse Chair Roybal. Okay, Madam Commissioner, no, Chair. Okay, I'm sorry, it's late. Madam
She
Chair.
does speak dinner.
Oh man, I could not get that right.
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hansen.
Yes.
Commissioner Rudy Garcia.
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Sorry, I apologize. I was trying to read and think at the same time. Didn't work.
That's called multitasking. Thank you very much. So we are leaving the regular session. We are going into executive session. We will return to complete a short amount of business afterwards. I really thank everybody for attending, and we will see you in the next call.